The story begins with a strange silence in the scientific community, a silence that seems more unsettling than any open warning. A handful of researchers have noticed something extraordinary, something almost invisible to the human eye but powerful enough to shape the destiny of every living being on Earth. Beneath the calm surface of our planet, the magnetic field, the shield that has silently guarded life for billions of years, is acting strangely. It is showing signs of weakness, erratic behavior, and sudden anomalies that defy established models. At first, these disturbances appeared as mere quirks of data, occasional deviations dismissed as natural fluctuations. But over time, they grew, multiplied, and began to cluster in ways that left even the most skeptical scientists deeply concerned. Imagine waking up one morning and realizing that the very force that protects you from cosmic radiation, that guides your compass, that allows satellites to orbit safely, is shifting like sand beneath your feet. That force is now unstable, and the implications are staggering. Our world is held together not only by gravity and atmosphere but also by the unseen net of magnetism that shields us from the fury of the sun. Without it, solar storms could fry power grids, radiation could poison the skies, and the modern infrastructure that humanity depends on could crumble in days. These magnetic anomalies are not just scientific curiosities, they are warnings. And if the whispers among researchers are to be believed, the danger is far closer than most of us are prepared to admit. Across history, civilizations have spoken of sudden upheavals, times when the skies turned red, compasses spun wildly, and navigation became impossible. Myths and legends describe floods, fires, and cosmic disturbances that reset humanity again and again. For centuries, these were dismissed as allegory, the imaginative tales of ancient peoples who lacked the knowledge of modern science. Yet today, science itself is uncovering evidence that these stories may have roots in physical reality. The Earth has experienced magnetic reversals before. Geological records etched in stone confirm that our magnetic poles have flipped countless times in history. What was once thought to be a slow, predictable process now appears to be more chaotic, with sudden lurches and unexplained accelerations. Scientists are watching the North Magnetic Pole drift at alarming speeds across the Arctic, while regions like the South Atlantic Anomaly expand ominously, weakening our shield with each passing year. The unsettling part is not merely that these anomalies exist, but that they are accelerating. What took thousands of years in the past may now unfold in centuries, perhaps even decades. The realization has left many wondering if we are living in the early stages of a planetary reset, a transitional period when magnetic chaos could unleash both natural and societal collapse. Satellites already report failures, airlines quietly adjust flight paths, and animals that rely on magnetic navigation, whales, birds, bees, are becoming increasingly disoriented. These are not isolated coincidences. They are signs that the magnetic world around us is destabilizing, and if the trend continues, the consequences could reshape human civilization. But why the silence? Why does the general public hear so little about these growing concerns? Some believe the anomalies are being downplayed to avoid panic. Others whisper of suppressed data and unspoken fears within elite institutions. The truth may be even stranger. For every press release that insists there is no immediate danger, there are private conversations, leaked documents, and quiet admissions that reveal uncertainty and unease. Scientists do not fully understand what is happening. They cannot say for certain how fast the changes will occur, or what the ultimate effects will be. What they do know is that something unprecedented is unfolding right now, beneath our feet and above our heads, and it cannot be ignored much longer. This is not just a story about science, it is a story about survival, about the fragility of human progress in the face of cosmic forces beyond our control. Every great civilization in history believed itself secure, permanent, destined to endure. Yet time and again, humanity has been humbled by sudden catastrophes. If these magnetic anomalies are the early warnings of another global shift, then we stand at the threshold of an event that could redefine life on Earth. Perhaps the ancients knew something we have forgotten. Perhaps their myths, their monuments, their strange alignments were all attempts to communicate across the ages, to warn us of cycles that repeat. The mystery is not only why these anomalies exist, but why they are emerging now. Why in this moment, when humanity is more dependent than ever on fragile networks of technology, is the Earth's magnetic shield showing signs of failure? Is it coincidence, natural cycle, or something more? Some researchers suggest influences from deep within the Earth's molten core. Others point to solar activity, cosmic radiation, or even the gravitational pull of unseen celestial bodies. And beyond the realm of mainstream science, There are whispers of forbidden archaeology, of lost knowledge hidden in ancient structures aligned with magnetic nodes, suggesting that those who came before us knew this cycle would one day return. As the evidence builds, one thing becomes undeniable: the anomalies are real, and their effects are already being felt. What remains hidden is the true scope of the danger, and whether we have the wisdom, the technology, and the courage to face what lies ahead. This journey into the magnetic mysteries of our world will take us from the halls of modern laboratories to the forgotten ruins of ancient civilizations, from the depths of the ocean trenches to the fiery storms of the sun. Along the way, we will uncover patterns too striking to dismiss, secrets too dangerous to ignore, and questions too urgent to postpone. The clock is ticking, the anomalies are spreading, and the silence of the experts is growing harder to explain. By the end of this investigation, one question will remain with haunting clarity: are we the first advanced civilization to confront this magnetic crisis, or simply the latest to stand on the edge of history's greatest mystery? The Earth's magnetic shield is one of the least understood yet most vital forces that makes life possible on this planet. It cannot be seen, tasted, or touched, yet it is constantly surrounding us, shaping the invisible battlefield between Earth and the harsh environment of space. Without it, solar winds, charged particles streaming from the sun at unimaginable speeds, would strip away our atmosphere in a matter of years, leaving the Earth as barren and lifeless as Mars. This shield, often called the geomagnetic field, is generated deep within the molten iron core of our planet, where turbulent convection currents and the rotation of Earth itself create a dynamo effect. The result is a vast magnetic bubble that extends far into space, deflecting deadly radiation and maintaining the balance that allows everything we know to exist. For centuries, people only knew of magnetism through its strange effects: a lodestone pointing north, a compass guiding sailors through uncharted waters, the eerie pull of metal toward invisible forces. It was as if the planet had its own hidden heartbeat. Today, we know that heartbeat is not constant. It pulses, shifts, and at times, falters. The shield we depend on is not invincible, but fragile, dynamic, and, if current anomalies are to be trusted, potentially failing. Scientists measure the strength of the geomagnetic field across the globe and have documented a troubling fact: it has weakened by nearly 10% in just the last century. That might sound small, but in planetary terms, it is a staggering collapse. The fragility of this shield becomes clearer when one considers what happens without it. High-energy cosmic rays and solar particles would penetrate the atmosphere, bombarding the surface with radiation capable of damaging DNA, increasing cancer rates, and sterilizing wide regions of the biosphere. Satellites and spacecraft are particularly vulnerable. Without the geomagnetic shield, electronics would be fried within hours. The delicate systems that power communication, navigation, and even defense infrastructures would collapse. Modern society, built on satellites and digital networks, would be reduced to chaos almost overnight. The magnetic field is not merely a scientific curiosity, it is a life support system as critical as oxygen or water. One of the most fascinating aspects of the geomagnetic shield is its direct influence on everyday life, often without us realizing it. When the solar wind collides with Earth's magnetic field, energy is transferred into the upper atmosphere, creating the breathtaking auroras, the northern and southern lights, that dance across polar skies. But these beautiful displays are also reminders of the constant struggle happening overhead. The auroras are evidence of energy that barely missed being catastrophic. Stronger solar storms have, in the past, overwhelmed the shield and struck directly at human technology. In 1859, the infamous Carrington event triggered electrical fires, telegraph failures, and auroras visible near the equator. If such an event happened today, experts estimate the global damage could reach trillions of dollars, crippling power grids and internet infrastructure. Now imagine such storms striking an already weakened shield. It would be a global catastrophe. The danger is not only in weakening but also in instability. Earth's magnetic poles are not fixed. They wander slowly, sometimes erratically, across the planet. Currently, the North Magnetic Pole is racing toward Siberia at speeds scientists admit they cannot fully explain. If this drift continues or accelerates, entire navigational systems, aircraft, shipping routes, GPS corrections, could be thrown into confusion. Even wildlife that depends on magnetism, from migratory birds to sea turtles, would lose their sense of direction, triggering cascading ecological consequences. The quiet order of life we take for granted is underpinned by this unseen stability, and yet that stability is already faltering. What alarms researchers is not just that the field is changing, but that these changes appear to be accelerating. The South Atlantic Anomaly, a region where the shield is disturbingly weak, has expanded dramatically in recent decades. Satellites passing through this area experience radiation surges and occasional failures. Astronauts on the International Space Station report increased exposure when they orbit above it. The shield is thinning, and we are beginning to feel the consequences in subtle but undeniable ways. If this continues, the anomalies could grow, merge, or destabilize the entire field, creating conditions unseen in recorded history. Some skeptics argue that this is all part of a natural cycle, that the field has weakened and recovered many times before. While it is true that magnetic reversals and fluctuations have occurred throughout Earth's past, the speed at which these changes are happening now is unprecedented in human history. For most of our existence, the field has been stable enough to allow the rise of civilization. But what if our timing has run out? What if the anomaly we are witnessing today is the precursor to a full-blown reversal, or worse, a complete collapse of the magnetic shield? The geological record suggests that reversals can take centuries, but there are also signs of sudden lurches, where magnetic orientation shifted far faster than expected. Humanity may not have centuries to prepare. And here lies the most haunting truth. Despite its importance, the geomagnetic field is something we barely understand. Scientists admit that the processes deep within Earth's core remain mysterious. Models fail to predict sudden shifts. Data is incomplete. And the more anomalies are discovered, the clearer it becomes that we are standing on the edge of something far bigger than ourselves. We are at the mercy of forces we cannot control, and perhaps cannot even predict. This invisible shield, this guardian of life, is fragile, unstable, and possibly entering a crisis. If the geomagnetic field is weakening, the question is not only why but what happens next. Will we see a slow decline, giving us time to adapt, or a sudden plunge that catches humanity off guard? Are the anomalies a warning, a pattern that history has recorded in myth and legend, resurfacing in our time? As we venture deeper into this investigation, one thing becomes clear: the shield we have always trusted may no longer be as reliable as we thought. And the anomalies being recorded today may be the opening act in a drama that will determine the fate of civilization. Across the world, ancient cultures left behind stories of the skies behaving in strange and terrifying ways. Long before modern science began measuring solar activity and mapping the magnetic field, people watched the heavens with fear and reverence. What they recorded in myths, symbols, and carvings may not have been just poetic imagination, but eyewitness accounts of magnetic or cosmic disturbances that shook their world. Today, as scientists grapple with unexplained anomalies in Earth's magnetic shield, these old records take on an eerie new relevance. They seem to whisper across time, "We have seen this before." Consider the petroglyphs scattered across North and South America, Australia, and parts of Europe. Many depict mysterious circular shapes, spirals, and radiant figures that some researchers argue are stylized auroras or plasma formations in the sky. These were not decorative doodles. They were carved with precision, often in clusters, suggesting that ancient people witnessed something so astonishing and frightening they felt compelled to record it on stone. Plasma scientists have compared these symbols with laboratory simulations of magnetic disturbances, and the similarities are startling. Were these carvings the earliest attempts to capture the sight of a magnetic storm filling the sky with unearthly light? Ancient Chinese chronicles speak of dragons of fire streaking across the heavens and compasses spinning erratically during certain dynastic eras. Babylonian records mention the darkening of the sun and strange lights at night. In Mesoamerican codices, the Maya described times when the skies became chaotic, the stars shifted, and the world was plunged into disorder. These accounts are often dismissed as myth, yet their consistency across continents raises questions. Why would so many different cultures, separated by oceans and millennia, describe similar cosmic disturbances? Could they all be referencing the same phenomenon? Episodes of geomagnetic instability? The Bible itself contains striking imagery that some scholars reinterpret through a scientific lens. The pillar of fire by night that guided the Israelites, the heavens rolled back like a scroll in apocalyptic visions, and the great signs in the sky described in prophetic texts all bear uncanny resemblance to auroral phenomena amplified beyond normal levels. When Earth's shield is weakened, the auroras expand beyond the polar regions, becoming visible closer to the equator. Historical reports confirm this during strong solar storms, when crimson skies were seen as far south as the Caribbean. If the magnetic field was disrupted in ancient times, entire civilizations would have witnessed the heavens turning blood red, interpreting it as divine wrath or cosmic upheaval. In Norse mythology, Ragnarok, the end of the world, is described with vivid images of a darkened sun, fiery skies, and stars falling from the heavens. The Aztecs believed the world had ended in previous ages, each destroyed by forces from above, fire, floods, or celestial collapse. The Hindu scriptures speak of cycles of destruction and renewal, with descriptions of fire from the heavens and skies that blaze. These myths are often explained away as allegory, but what if they are encoded memories of real magnetic or cosmic events that disrupted the Earth's balance? What if ancient civilizations experienced geomagnetic storms so intense that they left permanent marks on collective memory? Archaeologists have also uncovered intriguing alignments in megalithic structures. Stone circles, pyramids, and temples were often positioned in ways that suggest their builders were monitoring the skies. At first, this was assumed to be purely astronomical, tracking the sun, moon, and stars. But new research suggests some alignments correspond to regions of geomagnetic anomalies. Could it be that ancient peoples not only observed the heavens but also noticed strange energetic disturbances on the ground linked to magnetism? If so, their monuments may have served as both calendars and warning systems, reminders that the stability of the world above and below was not guaranteed. Even the oral traditions of indigenous groups echo this theme. Aboriginal Australians describe a time when the sky burned and compasses of nature, birds and animals, lost their way. Native American legends tell of the day the sun stood still or the night when the stars fell. Polynesian navigators, who relied on both the stars and subtle environmental cues, passed down warnings about periods when the heavens became unreliable, when directions could no longer be trusted. These traditions align disturbingly well with what we know happens during severe magnetic disruptions. Navigational systems, whether mechanical or biological, fail. For centuries, historians categorized these tales as exaggerations or metaphors. But now, with modern instruments detecting rapid magnetic shifts, the possibility emerges that ancient records may have been literal. Geological studies confirm that Earth's magnetic field has reversed or collapsed multiple times in the past. The fossilized compass of molten rocks proves it. If humans or their ancestors lived through one of these chaotic transitions, the memory of glowing skies, failing navigation, and cosmic terror would have burned itself into myth and legend. The most haunting part of this comparison is not what the ancients saw, but when they saw it. Many of these records cluster around moments of societal upheaval, times when great civilizations mysteriously declined or collapsed. Could magnetic anomalies have been the hidden trigger, destabilizing climates, disorienting wildlife, and unraveling the delicate balance of human survival? Were the floods, fires, and ends of ages described in ancient texts not mere metaphors but eyewitness accounts of Earth's shield faltering? As we sift through these records, a chilling pattern emerges. The stories are not random, nor are they isolated. They are warnings whispered across the centuries, encoded in stone and scripture, awaiting a generation with the tools to decode them. That generation is us. And as scientists today raise alarms about magnetic anomalies spreading across the globe, the parallels with ancient testimony are impossible to ignore. Perhaps our ancestors were not just telling stories, they were leaving behind a survival manual, a record of the skies turning strange, meant for those who would one day face the same crisis. If that is true, then we are not entering unknown territory. We are retracing the footsteps of civilizations that lived and died under magnetic skies. The question is not whether these disturbances have happened before, but whether we have the wisdom to understand their warnings before it is too late. Across the globe, from the icy expanse of Antarctica to the dense jungles of South America, strange magnetic anomalies have been quietly recorded and studied. Each anomaly appears unique, but together they form a haunting pattern. Earth's magnetic shield is riddled with weak spots, distortions, and regions where the rules of navigation simply break down. For decades, scientists, explorers, and even military agencies have documented incidents of compasses spinning wildly, electronic instruments failing, and aircraft or ships experiencing inexplicable malfunctions. At first, these were seen as curiosities, isolated mysteries confined to specific regions. But as the data accumulates, it is becoming clear that these anomalies are not rare. They are widespread, persistent, and possibly connected to the broader weakening of Earth's geomagnetic field. Perhaps the most infamous region tied to magnetic mystery is the Bermuda Triangle. Stretching between Florida, Bermuda, and Puerto Rico, this patch of the Atlantic Ocean has been blamed for countless disappearances of ships and planes. While skeptics attribute these to storms, human error, or rogue waves, many reports detail compasses that suddenly became unreliable, swinging violently or pointing in the wrong direction. Pilots have spoken of instruments failing without warning, as if the laws of physics themselves were momentarily suspended. Whether or not every story is true, the Bermuda Triangle has become a symbol of how magnetic disturbances can create confusion, fear, and tragedy. On the other side of the world lies the South Atlantic Anomaly, a vast region stretching from Brazil to southern Africa. Unlike the Bermuda Triangle, this anomaly is officially acknowledged and studied by space agencies. Here, Earth's magnetic field is disturbingly weak, allowing cosmic radiation to dip closer to the planet's surface than anywhere else. Satellites passing overhead often experience glitches, memory corruption, or outright failures when exposed to these radiation spikes. Astronauts on the International Space Station report higher radiation exposure when orbiting over this region. For scientists, the South Atlantic Anomaly is a glaring wound in Earth's shield, growing larger and more unpredictable with each passing decade. In Siberia, another magnetic mystery unfolds in one of the most remote and forbidding landscapes on Earth. Pilots flying over certain stretches have long reported compasses behaving erratically, radios crackling with static, and sudden navigation errors. Indigenous legends speak of cursed places where travelers lose their way, guided astray by unseen forces. Modern investigators have linked some of these accounts to localized magnetic anomalies caused by unusual mineral deposits deep underground. Yet, not all cases can be explained by geology. Some regions defy easy categorization, leaving researchers to wonder if these anomalies are connected to larger planetary shifts rather than just local quirks. The Indian Ocean also hosts perplexing anomalies. In areas near Madagascar, ships have historically reported strange compass deviations, while modern oceanographic surveys reveal distortions in the magnetic field that stretch across thousands of square kilometers. These disruptions pose challenges for global navigation systems and hint at deeper, planetary-scale processes beneath the ocean floor. Submarine crews in the Cold War era quietly reported these anomalies as dangerous navigational hazards, suggesting that governments have long been aware of their existence but have chosen to downplay them. Even North America is not immune. In the Hudson Bay region of Canada, scientists have mapped one of the weakest magnetic spots on the planet. This anomaly is believed to be linked to ancient geological structures buried deep beneath the crust, remnants of a massive impact billions of years ago. Yet its persistence and scale raise troubling questions. If an ancient cataclysm left a scar so deep that it still weakens the field today, could other hidden events in Earth's past be contributing to the anomalies we are only now beginning to detect? What makes these anomalies so alarming is not only their geographic spread but their apparent growth. The South Atlantic Anomaly, in particular, has expanded dramatically over the past 50 years, splitting into multiple lobes and threatening to spread into new regions. Scientists monitoring its progression admit they do not fully understand why it is growing or how far it will extend. This is not just a localized quirk, it is a dynamic, evolving phenomenon that could reshape global navigation and space operations in the near future. The connection between these anomalies and ancient stories of strange skies cannot be ignored. Many of the regions now associated with magnetic disturbances are the same areas tied to legends of vanishing ships, wandering lights, or cursed lands. The overlap suggests that people throughout history have been aware, at least intuitively, of the invisible disruptions lurking in these zones. Their stories may have been attempts to describe, in mythological terms, the disorienting effects of magnetic irregularities. Today, with satellites and sensitive instruments, we are only confirming what sailors, shamans, and explorers once feared. The world is dotted with places where the shield fails, where the rules of orientation and stability collapse. But the question remains, are these anomalies isolated phenomena caused by local geology, or are they symptoms of something larger happening to Earth's magnetic system? The unsettling truth is that both may be correct. Local anomalies can be explained by iron deposits, tectonic movements, or past impacts. Yet the accelerating growth of global-scale anomalies suggests a deeper instability within the core itself, where Earth's magnetic field is generated. If that core is shifting or weakening, then the anomalies we see today may be the first cracks in a system that has long kept life safe from cosmic radiation. The pattern is undeniable. From the Bermuda Triangle to Siberia, from Canada to the South Atlantic, magnetic anomalies are not only real but increasing. Pilots, sailors, astronauts, and scientists continue to encounter their effects firsthand. Each anomaly is like a scar, a reminder that Earth's shield is not perfect. And as these scars multiply, the unspoken fear grows stronger. They may be warnings that the shield itself is beginning to unravel. Far above our heads, invisible yet vital, Earth's magnetic field stretches into space like a vast cocoon. It shields our planet from the full force of the solar wind and deadly cosmic radiation, allowing life to thrive on the surface. But in one region of the world, that shield is disturbingly weak. Known as the South Atlantic Anomaly, or SAA, this vast area stretches across South America and the Southern Atlantic Ocean, reaching from Brazil all the way to the tip of South Africa. Here, the magnetic field dips to levels so low that satellites, spacecraft, and even electronic systems on Earth face unusual risks. Scientists monitoring the anomaly speak about it with growing unease, because the SAA is not only weakening, it is expanding and splitting, becoming a puzzle that could hold critical clues about the future of Earth's magnetism. When satellites pass through the South Atlantic Anomaly, they are effectively moving through a cosmic shooting gallery. Normally, the magnetic field deflects high-energy particles streaming from the Sun, but over the anomaly, this protective shield thins. The result is an influx of radiation that bombards satellites, disrupting circuits, corrupting memory, and in some cases, disabling instruments altogether. Space agencies have reported numerous malfunctions linked to the anomaly, with the Hubble Space Telescope and even the International Space Station forced to shut down sensitive equipment whenever they cross its path. For astronauts, the SAA means higher radiation exposure, making spacewalks in this zone riskier. This isn't a minor inconvenience. It's a direct reminder that our planet's defenses are compromised in ways we are only beginning to grasp. The anomaly itself has an unsettling history. Records show that it has been growing for decades, steadily stretching westward and covering an ever larger portion of the globe. More recently, scientists discovered that it has split into two lobes, one over South America and another moving toward Africa. This development has baffled geophysicists, who struggle to explain why the anomaly is fragmenting and spreading. If this trend continues, vast new regions of the planet could fall under weakened magnetic protection, raising the question of whether the SAA is just the beginning of a larger planetary shift. To understand why the South Atlantic Anomaly exists at all, we have to journey deep inside the Earth, down past the crust, through the mantle, and into the core. There, swirling currents of molten iron generate Earth's magnetic field in a process known as the geodynamo. But this system is not stable. It is dynamic, turbulent, and occasionally chaotic. Researchers believe the SAA may be caused by strange flows of molten material within the outer core, where patches of reversed or weakened magnetism rise toward the surface. In this interpretation, the anomaly is a window into the hidden turbulence of Earth's heart, a sign that something beneath our feet is shifting in unpredictable ways. What makes the anomaly even more concerning is its possible link to pole reversals. Earth's magnetic field has flipped many times in the past, with the North and South poles trading places roughly every few 100,000 years. The last reversal occurred around 780,000 years ago, meaning we are overdue by geological standards. Some scientists fear that the South Atlantic Anomaly could be an early warning sign of another reversal, a process that could take thousands of years but would cause chaos for navigation, communication systems, and satellites in the meantime. During a reversal, the magnetic field weakens dramatically before rebuilding in the opposite orientation, leaving Earth vulnerable to cosmic radiation. If the SAA is indeed part of this process, then what we are witnessing today is the opening act of a much larger planetary drama. Yet mainstream science is not united on this interpretation. Some geophysicists argue that the anomaly is simply a recurring feature of the magnetic field, one that may wax and wane without leading to a full reversal. Others point to ancient magnetic imprints in rocks, showing that similar anomalies have appeared before without triggering catastrophic consequences. But even among the skeptics, there is agreement on one point. The South Atlantic Anomaly is unusual, and it is growing. The uncertainty surrounding its cause only adds to the tension, leaving us caught between reassurance and looming dread. What adds an almost eerie dimension to this anomaly is the overlap with ancient stories and unexplained phenomena from the region. South America and Southern Africa are home to myths of sky gods, celestial battles, and cursed lands where strange energies influence the people below. Some researchers speculate that these myths could be echoes of past encounters with magnetic disturbances, interpreted by ancient cultures as divine or supernatural. Could it be that human beings have always been subconsciously aware of these regions of weakness in Earth's shield, encoding their significance in stories that endured for centuries? From a practical standpoint, the SAA is more than a curiosity. It is a threat to modern civilization's infrastructure. Our world is increasingly dependent on satellites for communication, navigation, weather forecasting, and defense. Every time a satellite crosses the anomaly, its systems are at risk. Engineers must design spacecraft with extra shielding and program them to shut down sensitive instruments when passing over this zone. The costs of dealing with the anomaly are immense, and as it grows, these challenges will multiply. A wider, more intense anomaly could disrupt GPS systems, military operations, and even power grids reliant on satellite synchronization. The military and space agencies have long been aware of these dangers, though details are often shrouded in secrecy. Declassified documents hint at Cold War-era monitoring of the anomaly, with intelligence agencies eager to understand how it might affect submarines, missiles, and orbital reconnaissance systems. Today, nations with space programs track the SAA obsessively, knowing that any failure to account for its effects could lead to catastrophic losses. Yet despite the high stakes, the public remains largely unaware of just how fragile our magnetic shield has become. The South Atlantic Anomaly is no longer just a scientific oddity. It is a warning, a crack in the armor that has protected Earth for billions of years. Its steady growth suggests a system under stress, a magnetic field that may be preparing for profound changes. Whether this leads to a full pole reversal or simply a prolonged period of instability, the implications are staggering. Our technology, our way of life, even our biological safety from radiation, all depend on a shield that is faltering in one of the most heavily populated regions of the planet. As we look deeper into this phenomenon, the questions multiply. Why here? Why now? Is the South Atlantic Anomaly a symptom of an ordinary cycle, or is it the harbinger of a once-in-a-lifetime event? And if it is the latter, what does it mean for humanity's future? The answers remain elusive, but one thing is certain: the anomaly is expanding, and with it, the urgency of the mystery grows. Above our planet swirls an invisible guardian, a shield forged in the molten heart of the Earth. Without it, life as we know it could not exist. This guardian is the geomagnetic field, a sprawling force that stretches from the core of the planet out into space, forming a bubble called the magnetosphere. It protects us from the fury of the sun, its storms of charged particles, its flares of radiation, and from cosmic rays that come hurtling across the galaxy. To understand why anomalies like the South Atlantic Anomaly are so troubling, we must first understand how this shield works, why it sometimes falters, and how civilization depends on its unseen embrace. The source of Earth's magnetic field lies almost 3,000 kilometers below our feet, in the outer core, where molten iron and nickel churn like an ocean of fire. This constant, chaotic motion generates electric currents, which in turn create magnetic fields. Through a process known as the geodynamo, these countless small fields combine into the planet-wide magnetic shield. It is a process of staggering scale, maintained by forces we cannot see but can measure. What emerges is not a static field but a dynamic, living system that pulses, wavers, and shifts with time. Once generated, the magnetic field projects outward, forming the magnetosphere, an enormous teardrop-shaped bubble that extends far into space. On the side facing the sun, it is compressed by the relentless pressure of the solar wind, while on the far side, it trails into a long magnetic tail stretching millions of kilometers. Within this protective bubble, charged particles are deflected, slowed, or trapped in belts that circle the planet, known as the Van Allen radiation belts. Without this shield, Earth's atmosphere would have been stripped away long ago, leaving the planet as barren as Mars. The importance of the magnetic shield becomes clear when we compare Earth with its neighbors. Mars, for example, once had rivers, lakes, and perhaps even oceans. But lacking a strong magnetic field, it was slowly stripped of its atmosphere by solar winds. Today it is a frozen desert, bathed in deadly radiation. Venus, though covered in thick clouds, has no global magnetic shield either. Instead, its upper atmosphere is directly battered by solar particles, creating chaotic interactions and massive energy loss. Earth, by contrast, is a sanctuary, and it owes this status to the invisible force surrounding it. But the shield is not invulnerable. Solar storms test it constantly. When the sun erupts with a coronal mass ejection, billions of tons of charged plasma hurtle toward Earth at astonishing speeds. Most of the time, the magnetosphere deflects the onslaught, but if the solar storm is strong enough, it can compress the shield, inject energy into its system, and trigger geomagnetic storms. These storms create dazzling auroras near the poles, but they can also wreak havoc on satellites, disrupt radio communication, and even knock out power grids on Earth. The famous 1989 blackout in Quebec was caused by a geomagnetic storm that overwhelmed the region's electrical infrastructure. At ground level, the shield does more than just protect our technology. It also safeguards life itself. Cosmic radiation, if unblocked, can damage DNA, increase cancer rates, and mutate living organisms. Airline crews flying at high altitudes during solar storms already receive higher doses of radiation, but without the geomagnetic shield, these effects would reach the ground. Earth's biosphere is, in a very real sense, the beneficiary of a cosmic umbrella that allows complex life to flourish. What makes anomalies like the South Atlantic Anomaly so troubling is that they represent local tiers in this umbrella. Over those regions, radiation penetrates more deeply, threatening satellites and exposing astronauts to higher risks. But the greater concern is what such anomalies say about the overall stability of the shield. For while the magnetosphere is resilient, it is not eternal. Geological records show that it has weakened, shifted, and reversed many times throughout Earth's history. Magnetic reversals are among the most dramatic expressions of this instability. Roughly every few 100,000 years, the poles flip, with north becoming south and south becoming north. During these transitions, the field weakens significantly, leaving Earth far more exposed to radiation. While life has survived these events in the past, the impact on modern civilization could be devastating. Imagine a world where GPS fails, satellites drop out of orbit, global communications collapse, and power grids falter, all while radiation exposure climbs. The shield that we take for granted is, in fact, fragile. Scientists study the magnetosphere with fleets of satellites like NASA's Themis mission and the European Space Agency's Swarm constellation. These spacecraft measure fluctuations in the field, track currents in the ionosphere, and map how the field changes over time. Their findings confirm that the shield is constantly in motion, adapting to solar storms, shifting as the core's molten flows change direction. But what they also reveal is troubling. Overall, Earth's magnetic field has been weakening for at least 160 years. The South Atlantic Anomaly is one symptom of this trend, but it may not be the only one. Even more unsettling is the evidence that the weakening may be accelerating. Studies suggest the global field has lost about 9 of its strength in the past 2 centuries. While that may sound slow, on a geological scale, it is remarkably rapid. Some geophysicists fear this is the beginning of a longer decline that could lead to another magnetic reversal. Others argue it may simply be part of a natural fluctuation cycle. Either way, the fact that the shield is weakening at all raises serious concerns about the future stability of the magnetosphere. The magnetosphere is not only a scientific concept, it is a lifeline, a silent protector. Yet humanity barely acknowledges its existence. Few people think about the shield above them, even as they depend on it every day for safe communication, navigation, and even their health. The South Atlantic Anomaly serves as a rude awakening, a reminder that the system we depend on is not infallible. Our survival has always hinged on the invisible currents of molten iron deep within the Earth, currents that we cannot control and barely understand. As scientists probe deeper into the mysteries of the magnetosphere, they face a stark truth. The shield is both a gift and a gamble. A gift, because without it, Earth would be unrecognizable. A gamble, because it is unstable, fluctuating, and vulnerable to collapse. The more we uncover about its complexity, the more we realize how precarious our safety truly is. And so, the question becomes, if the shield is weakening and anomalies are spreading, what is the timeline of risk for humanity? Will we see disruptions within decades? Or are we merely witnessing the prelude to changes that will unfold over millennia? In the next sections, we will explore the latest discoveries, ancient records, and unsettling parallels that suggest Earth's magnetic instability may not be just a scientific curiosity, but a threat with real-world consequences. Across cultures and continents, humanity has always been drawn to the sky, charting the stars, following the sun, and fearing the storms that seem to come from beyond. Yet hidden within ancient legends, sacred texts, and archaeological mysteries are stories that may not be mere myth, but encoded memories of encounters with magnetic disturbances and cosmic forces. Before modern science had the language of geomagnetism or cosmic radiation, ancient peoples described their experiences in symbolic, mystical terms. Gods who hurled fire from the heavens, skies that turned red or black, compasses of the soul that no longer pointed true. These stories, scattered across history, now demand a second look in light of the magnetic anomalies we are only beginning to understand. Take, for instance, the Aboriginal legends of Australia, which describe wandering skies and invisible forces that made travellers lose their way. These oral traditions, passed down for thousands of years, speak of areas where the land itself confuses the hunter. Modern researchers studying magnetic anomalies in Australia have found that some of these regions coincide with zones where the Earth's magnetic field deviates strongly from a norm. Were these stories simply myth, or did indigenous peoples encode real encounters with magnetic disturbances in their traditions? In South America, where the South Atlantic Anomaly now looms, ancient civilizations told stories of gods descending from the heavens, wielding bolts of light that disrupted the natural order. The Nazca culture, famous for its mysterious geoglyphs etched into the desert floor, also told tales of wandering stars and celestial influences that changed the balance of life on Earth. Some researchers argue these were metaphors for astronomical observations. Others suggest they may hint at unusual sky phenomena caused by magnetic shifts or cosmic radiation penetrating the atmosphere in ways not normally seen. Could the Nazca lines themselves, aligned to celestial bodies, have been part of a ritual response to these disturbances? In Africa, the Dogon people of Mali possess astonishingly detailed astronomical knowledge, including facts about the star system Sirius that modern science only confirmed with telescopes. Alongside this knowledge, their traditions speak of skyborne beings and disruptions in the heavens. Some anthropologists dismiss these as mythological flourishes, yet when paired with the region's unusual magnetic features, a new perspective emerges. Could their awareness of cosmic forces be tied not only to astronomy but to real encounters with disturbances in Earth's magnetic field thousands of years ago? Even in Europe, myths bear uncanny echoes of magnetic instability. Norse legends describe Ragnarok, a time when the sky would split open, stars would fall, and the compass of the world would be lost. The Vikings, skilled navigators who relied heavily on the sun and magnetic lodestones, would have noticed any shift in orientation. Archaeological evidence suggests they may have been among the first cultures to experiment with natural magnetite for navigation, centuries before compasses became widespread in China. Imagine what it would have meant for them if those stones, once so reliable, suddenly wavered or failed. Could Ragnarok itself be a mythologized memory of geomagnetic disruption? Meanwhile, in ancient China, imperial records meticulously noted sky portents, strange lights, compass failures, and auroras appearing far from the poles. Some of these records date back over 2,000 years and may describe geomagnetic storms triggered by massive solar activity. Chinese navigators relied on lodestones long before the West adopted compasses, and they too recorded moments when these stones behaved unpredictably. For them, such events carried spiritual significance, often seen as warnings from heaven about the mandate of rulers. In hindsight, these anomalies look very much like early evidence of magnetic disturbances reaching the surface of human society. Perhaps most striking are the biblical and Mesopotamian stories of skies darkening, fire raining from above, and stars falling. While theologians interpret these as spiritual metaphors or natural disasters, some researchers have suggested they may point to rare cosmic events, solar flares, meteors, or magnetic storms so severe that they created phenomena humans could not explain. When read alongside modern accounts of auroras stretching into unusual latitudes during powerful geomagnetic storms, the parallels become difficult to ignore. Archaeology, too, hints at humanity's awareness of geomagnetic forces. In ancient temples across the world, from Egypt to Mesoamerica, magnetic anomalies have been detected in the stones themselves. Certain sites appear to have been deliberately built on or near regions of unusual magnetic activity. For instance, the Olmec civilization crafted artifacts from magnetite, aligning them in precise orientations. Some Olmec sculptures even seem to have been designed with magnetically sensitive points. Was this mere coincidence, or did they understand and harness Earth's magnetic forces in ways we do not credit them for? Even megalithic structures like Stonehenge may hold hidden clues. Studies have shown that some standing stones contain high concentrations of magnetically aligned minerals, suggesting ancient builders were aware of, and perhaps intentionally utilized, magnetic properties. Why would Neolithic people care about magnetism, unless they experienced its effects directly, perhaps during a time when the field was unstable? What all these examples reveal is not proof, but a pattern. Across cultures, stories of sky gods, celestial disruptions, wandering stars, and cursed lands overlap with regions of known or suspected magnetic anomalies. While mainstream archaeology attributes these tales to imagination, ritual, or symbolism, forbidden archaeology dares to ask a deeper question. Were our ancestors witnessing magnetic instability firsthand? If so, what they passed down in myth might be the oldest records of Earth's magnetic fluctuations, records written not in numbers and graphs, but in symbols and stories. If humanity has encountered these disturbances before, what happened to them? Did ancient societies adapt to a weakening shield, Or did they suffer collapses that were later explained as divine punishment or cosmic wrath? These questions take us into the heart of forbidden history, the possibility that lost civilizations rose and fell not only because of human ambition or conquest, but because Earth itself shifted beneath their feet in ways they could neither predict nor control. And now, as anomalies like the South Atlantic Anomaly grow larger and stronger, we must ask, are we standing on the threshold of the same kind of epochal event our ancestors tried to warn us about? Were their myths not merely stories, but coded warnings about a force that has toppled worlds before, and may do so again? There are places on Earth where mystery seems to gather, where compasses spin without reason, where ships and planes vanish, and where folklore insists the rules of nature are suspended. Chief among these is the infamous Bermuda Triangle, a stretch of the Atlantic Ocean that has captured the world's imagination for decades. Stretching roughly between Miami, Bermuda, and Puerto Rico, the triangle has become shorthand for danger, disappearance, and unsolved enigma. While skeptics dismiss the tales as coincidence, human error, or exaggeration, too many strange incidents remain to ignore. What if the Bermuda Triangle, and other so-called cursed zones around the world, are not supernatural at all, but the visible scars of deeper magnetic anomalies that destabilize both technology and perception? The Bermuda Triangle first entered mainstream consciousness in the mid-20th century, when sensational accounts of ships and planes vanishing without a trace filled headlines. One of the most famous cases was Flight 19, a squadron of 5 U.S. Navy bombers that disappeared in 1945 during a training mission. Their compasses reportedly malfunctioned, leaving them disoriented until fuel ran out. A rescue plane sent to search for them also vanished, deepening the mystery. To this day, no wreckage from Flight 19 has been conclusively identified. Could it be that the triangle is a hotspot of magnetic distortion, causing instruments to fail at critical moments? Sailors and aviators throughout history have spoken of bizarre compass behavior within the triangle. Accounts describe compasses that suddenly point to true north rather than magnetic north, a rare but naturally possible phenomenon known as agonic lines, where magnetic variation vanishes. But others describe more chaotic behavior, compasses spinning aimlessly, pointing south, or refusing to stabilize at all. These malfunctions, in moments of poor weather or stress, could easily spell disaster for navigators. Modern GPS systems reduce reliance on compasses, yet even satellites can be disrupted by radiation and anomalies from Earth's magnetic field. The Bermuda Triangle is not unique. Other regions on Earth have similar reputations, combining legends of vanishing travelers with strange magnetic readings. One of the most notable is the Dragon's Triangle, also known as the Devil's Sea, off the coast of Japan. Like its Atlantic counterpart, it has been tied to lost ships, aircraft, and inexplicable disappearances. Japanese fishermen tell stories of ghost ships, while records show military craft vanishing in peacetime conditions. Researchers note that this region coincides with significant tectonic and volcanic activity, but also with measurable magnetic irregularities, making it a twin mystery to the Bermuda Triangle. In Alaska, the so-called Alaska Triangle covers a massive swath of wilderness where thousands of people have gone missing: pilots, hikers, and entire small aircraft. Some of these vanishings can be attributed to harsh weather or rugged terrain, but investigators consistently report compass malfunctions and unexplained anomalies. Indigenous traditions in the region speak of spirits of the land that lure people astray, a folkloric echo of what modern science might frame as magnetic disturbance. Even in the Mediterranean, legends persist of dangerous zones where navigators lose their bearings. Ancient Greek sailors spoke of cursed waters near the Aegean, while Phoenician records mention wandering stars and false directions in certain seas. When examined through the lens of modern geophysics, these old maritime tales seem less like superstition and more like anecdotal records of localized magnetic anomalies interfering with navigation. Skeptics often argue that the Bermuda Triangle is nothing more than a statistical illusion, that disappearances there are no more common than in any heavily traveled ocean region. And yet, the detail of compass malfunctions, electromagnetic interference, and simultaneous reports of strange weather cannot be so easily dismissed. Moreover, satellite mapping of the planet's magnetic field has shown that distortions are real, and that regions of magnetic weirdness often align with these so-called cursed zones. There is also the matter of time distortions, a theme that often surfaces in Bermuda Triangle lore. Pilots have reported flights that seem to take less time than fuel consumption allowed, as if distance compressed. Others describe entering clouds or mists and emerging to find their instruments reset or their watches out of sync. Mainstream science attributes these to memory error, stress, or turbulence. But what if intense magnetic anomalies are warping not just compasses, but local electromagnetic conditions in ways that create perceptual disturbances? It may sound like science fiction, but the influence of strong magnetic fields on timekeeping instruments is well documented. Adding to the enigma is the overlap of these zones with ancient mythology. The Bermuda Triangle lies not far from the area once associated with the lost civilization of Atlantis. Plato described Atlantis as sinking beneath the waves in a cataclysm. Could ancient memory of magnetic disruptions, tectonic upheaval, and lost lands have merged into one legend? Similarly, the Dragon's Triangle overlaps with Japanese myths of sea dragons and gateways to other realms, reinforcing the idea that humans have long sensed something extraordinary in these areas. Modern technology continues to encounter the mystery. Pilots crossing the Bermuda Triangle in recent decades still report erratic instrument readings, even with advanced navigation systems. Satellite monitoring confirms that geomagnetic variation is unusually strong and inconsistent in this region. And while commercial airlines pass through daily without incident, the occasional unexplained loss, ships vanishing without a mayday, planes disappearing off radar, keeps the legend alive. What becomes clear is that the Bermuda Triangle and its cousins are not isolated curiosities. They are pieces of a larger puzzle, pointing to the instability of Earth's magnetic system. They remind us that our maps, our compasses, even our most advanced technology depend on an invisible shield that is far from uniform. Where that shield wavers, mystery erupts. So we are left with unsettling questions. Are these cursed zones simply geological quirks, or are they surface-level symptoms of a deeper global shift in Earth's magnetic field? Could they be early warning signs that the anomalies we now map with satellites are beginning to intrude upon human experience in ways that cannot be ignored? The Bermuda Triangle may be infamous for its legends, but in the larger story of magnetic anomalies, it is far more than a mystery of vanishing ships. It is a clue, a signal, a reminder that Earth's shield is not absolute. High above the clouds, where the thin veil of Earth's atmosphere gives way to the blackness of space, human technology has become our eyes, our communication lifeline, and our navigation guide. From satellites orbiting the Earth to aircraft streaking across continents, modern civilization is bound together by machines that depend on the stability of electromagnetic fields. Yet in recent decades, an unsettling pattern has emerged. Equipment malfunctions, unexplained signal losses, corrupted data, and even sudden failures are increasingly being linked to Earth's magnetic anomalies. The invisible shield that once provided reliable protection is showing fractures, and our most advanced technologies are paying the price. One of the clearest examples of this comes from satellites, which are directly exposed to the harsh realities of space. As they orbit, many pass repeatedly through the South Atlantic Anomaly, where Earth's magnetic field is weakest. In this region, the Van Allen radiation belts, zones filled with high-energy particles trapped by the magnetic field, dip closer to the planet's surface. For satellites caught in this zone, radiation can cause catastrophic problems. Electronics are vulnerable to single-event upsets, moments when a charged particle penetrates a circuit and flips a bit of data from 0 to 1 or vice versa. This may sound trivial, but a single flipped bit can corrupt a memory bank, scramble a communication, or disable critical systems. Engineers have reported countless anomalies when satellites cross the SAA, forcing them to design systems with redundant memory, protective shielding, and automated shutdown protocols. The Hubble Space Telescope, one of humanity's most important scientific instruments, is among those affected. Whenever Hubble passes through the South Atlantic Anomaly, it is effectively blinded. Its sensitive detectors must be powered down to prevent radiation damage. The International Space Station also shuts off certain systems when orbiting over this region, and astronauts on board are warned that radiation exposure spikes noticeably during these passes. What was once thought of as a localized quirk of Earth's field has become a daily operational hazard for space exploration. Closer to home, aircraft are not immune to these anomalies either. Pilots have reported compass failures, sudden deviations in navigation systems, and bursts of static interference while crossing known magnetic weak spots. Some incidents can be explained as equipment errors or pilot mistakes, but others defy easy answers. The 2003 crash of a Beechcraft 1900 near Charlotte, North Carolina, for example, involved reports of unexplained instrument irregularities before the plane went down. While investigators did not officially blame geomagnetic factors, pilots have long whispered about certain zones where electronics misbehave in strange and unpredictable ways. Even military operations have had to contend with the problem. During the Cold War, both NATO and Soviet forces studied the effects of magnetic anomalies on submarines and long-range bombers. Navigation systems reliant on the magnetic field often reported unexplained deviations, sometimes by dozens of degrees. For submarines operating deep under the ocean, such errors could prove fatal, leading to collisions with the seafloor or miscalculated missile launches. Declassified reports hint at years of quiet research into how geomagnetic anomalies disrupt strategic systems, research that remains highly relevant in today's world of GPS-guided weapons and precision navigation. Speaking of GPS, the reliance of modern society on satellite positioning makes magnetic anomalies a global concern. While GPS signals themselves are transmitted from satellites, their path through Earth's upper atmosphere is affected by the ionosphere, a layer charged by solar and geomagnetic activity. When Earth's magnetic field weakens in certain regions, the ionosphere can become turbulent, scattering GPS signals and degrading accuracy. Surveyors, aviation systems, and even smartphone apps can be thrown off, sometimes by dozens of meters. For ordinary users, this is inconvenient, but for aircraft landing in poor weather, for ships navigating treacherous straits, or for military systems requiring pinpoint accuracy, such errors can be disastrous. Power grids, too, are not safe from geomagnetic disruption. In March 1989, a massive solar storm triggered geomagnetically induced currents in Canada's Hydro-Quebec power grid, causing a cascading failure that left millions without power for 9 hours. While this event was driven by solar activity, weakened regions of Earth's magnetic shield make such disturbances even more likely. As anomalies like the South Atlantic Anomaly grow, the ability of the magnetosphere to deflect charged particles decreases, raising the risk of ground-level disruptions to electrical systems. In an increasingly electrified world, the stakes are higher than ever. Perhaps most troubling is the accelerating pace of these failures. In the 1960s, satellites reported occasional unexplained malfunctions, but engineers often chalk them up to design flaws. By the 1990s, it became clear that the anomalies were a real, growing hazard. Today, with dozens of satellites failing every decade due to radiation exposure, the link to Earth's weakening magnetic shield is undeniable. The more dependent humanity becomes on a digital, space-connected world, the more vulnerable we are to the cracks in our planet's invisible armor. The psychological impact should not be underestimated either. Pilots flying over the Bermuda Triangle, astronauts crossing the South Atlantic Anomaly, and even military operators aware of unexplained equipment failures carry the weight of uncertainty. Technology is supposed to be reliable, consistent, and predictable. But when instruments fail in the presence of magnetic anomalies, trust is eroded. The thin line between confidence and panic is easily crossed when compasses spin, screens go dark, and alarms sound for no reason. History is filled with accidents where confusion, amplified by failing technology, led to tragedy. It raises the unsettling question: are these anomalies random quirks of Earth's natural processes, or are they the visible symptoms of a deeper instability within the core itself? If the latter is true, then the failures we see today, in satellites, aircraft, power grids, and navigation systems, may only be the beginning. What happens when the shield weakens further, when anomalies expand into critical zones of modern infrastructure? Could we face not just occasional disruptions but a cascading collapse of the systems we rely on every day? The answer remains uncertain, but the trend is undeniable. Earth's magnetic anomalies are growing, and their impact on human technology is escalating. Each corrupted data file, each failed satellite, each confused compass is a reminder that the shield is faltering. For now, we patch the problems, build redundancies, and hope the damage remains manageable. But hope is not a strategy. And as the anomaly spread, the question of how long we can continue to rely on fragile systems under a weakening shield becomes impossible to ignore. Far above the Earth's surface, stretching thousands of kilometers into space, lie two invisible bands of energy that most people never think about but upon which our very survival depends. These are the Van Allen radiation belts, discovered in 1958 by Dr. James Van Allen during the earliest days of the space age. Made up of high-energy charged particles, mostly electrons and protons, trapped by Earth's magnetic field, these belts act like a cosmic moat. They intercept dangerous solar winds and cosmic rays, shielding the surface of our planet from radiation that would otherwise make life impossible. Without the Van Allen belts, Earth might be as barren and hostile as Mars. But what happens when the magnetic shield that traps these particles becomes unstable, weakens, or opens strange gateways? That question has become urgent, as scientists now recognize that anomalies in the field are allowing energy to seep through in unpredictable and dangerous ways. The Van Allen belts are not uniform. They pulsate, expand, and contract depending on solar storms, geomagnetic disturbances, and fluctuations in Earth's magnetic field. Normally, the belts stay high above the planet, their deadly radiation locked away from the surface and from most satellites orbiting closer to Earth. But in the South Atlantic Anomaly, a region already identified as a weak spot in Earth's magnetic shield, the inner belt dips alarmingly close to the planet. In this zone, satellites, spacecraft, and even the International Space Station are bathed in radiation levels far higher than anywhere else in low Earth orbit. It is here that the shielding fails, and cosmic energy, once deflected harmlessly, penetrates far deeper than it should. Radiation exposure in these anomaly zones can be lethal to electronics and damaging to biology. Astronauts passing through have reported seeing strange flashes of light in their vision, caused not by their eyes but by high-energy particles striking their retinas. Instruments on satellites frequently malfunction, data becomes corrupted, and memory banks fail. Engineers describe the effect as if space itself were bleeding into Earth's safe zone. Every trip through the anomaly is a gamble with technology's limits. Yet perhaps the most disturbing part is that the anomalies appear to be widening and multiplying. Recent measurements suggest that not only is the South Atlantic Anomaly growing in size, but smaller mini-anomalies are forming elsewhere. Some scientists believe this could be a sign of Earth's magnetic field preparing for a full reversal, a process where the North and South poles switch places. During such a reversal, the magnetic shield could weaken dramatically, leaving the planet exposed to massive doses of cosmic radiation for centuries. In such a scenario, the Van Allen belts would no longer act as stable protective bands but instead become chaotic rivers of deadly energy pouring toward Earth. The consequences for modern civilization would be profound. Satellites orbiting the Earth could fail en masse, communications would collapse, and GPS would become unreliable. Power grids could be fried by geomagnetically induced currents, leading to blackouts on continental scales. Radiation levels at commercial aviation altitudes could rise to dangerous levels, threatening both crew and passengers on long-haul flights. Even ground-level radiation exposure could increase, raising risks of cancer and genetic damage in human populations. There are also mysteries within the Van Allen belts themselves that remain unsolved. Probes have detected strange gaps, voids where radiation should exist but doesn't, as if something unknown is absorbing or redirecting the energy. In 2012, NASA's Van Allen probes discovered an unusual third, transient belt forming and then disappearing again, defying expectations of how these systems should behave. Are these anomalies simply natural variations in a chaotic system, or do they hint at deeper, poorly understood forces shaping Earth's shield? The concept of gateways is not mere science fiction, it is a scientific concern. When Earth's magnetic field weakens, cracks can form that allow solar wind particles to penetrate directly into the upper atmosphere. During geomagnetic storms, these gateways open wider, flooding the ionosphere with energy that can disrupt radio signals, satellites, and even climate patterns. In effect, Earth's magnetic armor is not a solid wall but a shifting, flexible barrier with weak spots that flare open unpredictably. The imagery is chilling, a planet protected by an invisible dome that is slowly fracturing, leaking radiation, and opening doors to the void. Some researchers warn that if anomalies expand unchecked, humanity could face a situation where the Van Allen belts themselves become hostile rather than protective, channeling cosmic energy instead of blocking it. Already, the South Atlantic Anomaly has been described by scientists as a pinhole in the magnetosphere. If that pinhole becomes a tear, the very foundation of life safety on Earth could be compromised. Adding to the mystery, ancient myths and traditions across cultures describe periods when the sky fell, when fiery lights rained from above, and when humanity was forced to adapt to great cosmic upheavals. Could these be echoes of past geomagnetic disruptions, when weakened shields allowed radiation and cosmic phenomena to directly affect Earth's surface? If so, the current expansion of anomalies may not be unprecedented. It may be part of a recurring cycle written into the very heartbeat of our planet's magnetic core. For now, scientists monitor, measure, and model, but their warnings grow more urgent. The Van Allen belts, once a symbol of Earth's protective strength, are now seen as fragile, unstable, and possibly dangerous. Their shifting patterns are not just curiosities of space weather, they are harbingers of a world in transition, a reminder that even the invisible shields we take for granted are not eternal. The question is not whether these gateways of cosmic energy will open wider, but when, and how prepared we will be when they do. Across the ancient world, civilizations left behind monuments, temples, and texts that continue to puzzle modern scholars. From the towering pyramids of Egypt to the stone circles of Europe, from the precision-aligned structures of Mesoamerica to the megalithic ruins of Asia, evidence suggests that our ancestors were deeply aware of the heavens and, perhaps more surprisingly, of the invisible forces shaping life on Earth. While mainstream archaeology attributes this awareness to astronomy and ritual, a closer look reveals hints that ancient peoples may have observed anomalies in Earth's magnetic field, cosmic energy, or radiation, phenomena that were beyond the scientific language of their time, but which they encoded in their architecture, myths, and religious practices. Take Egypt, for example. The Great Pyramid of Giza is aligned with astonishing precision to the cardinal points. Scholars have long debated whether this was achieved through careful observation of the stars, the sun, or other astronomical phenomena. Yet some researchers argue that magnetic compasses, or magnetic lodestones, may have been used to achieve such accuracy. If so, could ancient builders have noticed subtle deviations in magnetism, shifts in orientation, or irregularities in their instruments, prompting them to encode these anomalies into their sacred designs? Moreover, Egyptian texts and hieroglyphs often speak of celestial fire or sky rivers, references that could be interpreted as observations of auroras or magnetic storms. In Mesoamerica, civilizations like the Maya and Olmec left structures aligned with solstices, equinoxes, and specific stars. Yet these cultures also possessed knowledge of magnetic minerals. The Olmecs, for instance, carved colossal heads from basalt containing iron deposits, and some of their ritual spaces appear positioned to take advantage of magnetic alignments. The Maya codices speak of cosmic cycles, periods of darkness, and celestial upheaval, descriptions that could reflect encounters with geomagnetic shifts or intense solar and cosmic radiation events. The precision of their calendars, combined with their interest in cosmic disruptions, suggests that they may have been tracking not just stars but anomalies in Earth's invisible forces. Stonehenge in England and similar megalithic sites across Europe further hint at magnetic awareness. Studies reveal that certain stones contain higher concentrations of magnetically sensitive minerals, and their placements correspond not only to solar and lunar events but to underlying geological anomalies. Some researchers propose that the builders may have intuitively understood the effects of local magnetic fields on navigation, ritual, or spiritual experience. Could the circles of standing stones, aligned to celestial events, also serve as markers for regions where the Earth's magnetic field behaves strangely? Asia, too, preserves records of extraordinary awareness. Ancient Chinese texts meticulously document celestial events, including auroras, guest stars, novae, and periods of magnetic anomaly that caused compass deviations. The Chinese were pioneers in early navigation, employing lodestones long before European compasses became widespread. Historical records indicate that during intense geomagnetic events, compasses sometimes pointed away from magnetic north, baffling navigators and prompting careful observation. These anomalies were often recorded as warnings or as omens of political or cosmic significance. Even in the Americas, legends survive of cities suddenly abandoned after cosmic disturbances. The Incas and pre-Inca civilizations speak of fiery skies, shaking lands, and sudden floods, often interpreted as divine wrath. Some anthropologists speculate that these accounts could also reflect encounters with sudden geomagnetic anomalies or solar radiation events that affected the environment, human perception, or technology in subtle ways. Over generations, such events would be encoded into myth, ritual, and sacred architecture. What is remarkable is the global consistency of these observations. Across continents and millennia, human cultures recorded strange skies, disorienting phenomena, and unusual energy flows, often linking them to sacred or cosmic significance. Whether through alignment of stones, positioning of temples, or oral storytelling, these records hint at a sophisticated, if non-scientific, understanding of forces invisible to the naked eye. Could these ancient peoples have been the first chroniclers of Earth's magnetic anomalies, observing fluctuations that modern science is only now mapping and understanding? The precision of these monuments and texts suggests observation over generations, a continuity that would have required careful measurement, experimentation, and attention to subtle deviations in the environment. In an era without satellites, compasses, or electronics, what could they have noticed that left such consistent marks across the globe? Perhaps they witnessed auroras at unusual latitudes, compass deviations, or radiation-induced atmospheric effects, signs that the planet's magnetic field was fluctuating. Some theorists go even further, suggesting that catastrophic geomagnetic events influenced the rise and fall of civilizations. Periods of sudden magnetic weakening could have disrupted agriculture, navigation, and societal infrastructure, leaving humans to interpret these disasters as divine wrath. The repeated attention to cosmic cycles, magnetic alignment, and celestial phenomena across civilizations might represent an early attempt to predict, understand, or survive these natural hazards. By linking architecture, myth, and legend to possible geomagnetic and cosmic disturbances, a new picture emerges. Our ancestors were not merely observers of the stars, they were keenly attuned to the invisible forces of the Earth itself. While science now provides graphs, satellites, and instrumentation, ancient cultures relied on meticulous observation, myth, and sacred geometry to encode knowledge about a dynamic and sometimes dangerous planet. Their insights may have been lost or misinterpreted over time, but traces remain in the alignments of stones, the structure of temples, and the stories passed down through generations. These ancient records, when viewed alongside modern magnetic anomalies, suggest that humanity has been noticing irregularities in Earth's magnetic field far longer than previously understood. The threads connect distant cultures, epochs, and continents, hinting at a shared awareness of planetary instability. In many ways, modern science is only catching up to observations made thousands of years ago, now equipped with instruments that measure what our ancestors sensed and encoded into the fabric of civilization itself. Across the globe, a quiet but growing unease is taking root among scientists, governments, and space agencies. What was once considered a niche field, geomagnetism and its anomalies, is now recognized as a matter of national security, economic stability, and public safety. The sudden expansion of zones like the South Atlantic Anomaly, the appearance of mini-anomalies elsewhere, and the documented weakening of Earth's magnetic field have triggered an unprecedented wave of monitoring, research, and contingency planning. While the public remains largely unaware, the implications for technology, infrastructure, and even human health have prompted experts to sound increasingly urgent warnings. Space agencies are at the forefront of this concern. NASA, ESA, JAXA, and other agencies deploy fleets of satellites specifically to map the Earth's magnetic field, study the Van Allen belts, and track fluctuations over time. Missions like SR's Swarm constellation provide high-resolution data on the planet's magnetism, revealing that anomalies are not isolated phenomena but part of a global pattern. Similarly, NASA's magnetospheric multiscale mission and the Van Allen probes have documented dynamic processes that could indicate underlying instability in Earth's geodynamo. Every new dataset shows that anomalies are becoming more pronounced, shifting location, and sometimes interacting in unexpected ways, a warning sign that the system is far from static. Governments are equally concerned. Military and strategic operations rely heavily on precise navigation, communications, and satellite surveillance, all systems vulnerable to geomagnetic disturbances. Declassified documents from the Cold War era hint at early recognition of the problem, with both NATO and Soviet forces investigating the effects of magnetic anomalies on submarines, missiles, and aircraft. Today, this research continues, but with broader implications. Power grids, aviation, maritime shipping, and even financial networks depend on satellite timing and GPS. A disruption in any of these sectors could cascade globally, creating economic, social, and logistical chaos. Scientific institutions are collaborating internationally to predict and mitigate these risks. Workshops, conferences, and published studies now regularly explore the possibility of extreme geomagnetic events, including pole reversals, sudden bursts of solar radiation, and the expansion of anomalies. Researchers debate scenarios ranging from mild inconveniences, satellite malfunctions and GPS errors, to catastrophic outcomes, where multiple systems fail simultaneously due to magnetic instability. Risk assessment models are being developed to understand the probability and impact of such events, yet uncertainty remains high because the Earth's magnetic field behaves in ways that are still poorly understood. Public awareness, however, is limited. While occasional media reports highlight satellite failures, aurora sightings at unusual latitudes, or the mysterious behavior of the Bermuda Triangle, the scale of the threat is rarely conveyed. Most people remain unaware that a growing magnetic anomaly could one day interfere with airline navigation, disrupt power grids, or even affect electronics in everyday devices. This knowledge gap increases vulnerability. A highly technological society is dependent on systems that could fail if geomagnetic conditions worsen, yet many remain unprepared for such an eventuality. The concern is also ecological and biological. High-energy cosmic particles, normally deflected by a strong magnetic field, could penetrate deeper into the atmosphere in regions of magnetic weakness. Scientists warn that prolonged exposure to elevated radiation levels could affect aviation crews, astronauts, and even populations living under expanding anomalies. While the immediate risk to the general population remains low, the long-term biological effects of persistent geomagnetic weakening are still being studied. Historical evidence suggests that past anomalies may have contributed to climate fluctuations, affecting agriculture and human societies, though this remains a debated topic. Emerging technologies, ironically, increase both vulnerability and the capacity for monitoring. Satellites, high-frequency communications, GPS networks, and even future space tourism create a greater dependence on a stable magnetic field. At the same time, these technologies allow scientists to measure the field with unprecedented precision, detect anomalies as they develop, and model potential outcomes with computational simulations. Governments and private agencies are investing heavily in predictive models, satellite redundancy, and early warning systems. Yet despite these efforts, there is no way to fix the magnetic field. Humanity can only adapt, shield, and plan for eventualities that may be decades or centuries away. The global coordination in response reflects the seriousness with which the scientific community treats the issue. Conferences like the International Association of Geomagnetism and Anomalies annual meetings now routinely discuss anomalous regions, the South Atlantic Anomalies expansion, and pole reversal scenarios. Collaborative studies aim to reconcile data from multiple satellites, measure radiation levels, and understand the relationship between core dynamics and surface effects. These efforts highlight that the concern is not theoretical, it is tangible, measurable, and escalating. Ultimately, Section 12 underscores the intersection of science, technology, and human vulnerability. Magnetic anomalies are no longer abstract phenomena studied only by geophysicists. They are a pressing, multidimensional issue with global consequences. The weakening of the shield, the spread of anomalies, and the potential for unpredictable interactions with solar and cosmic activity create a scenario that governments, industries, and scientific communities cannot ignore. Awareness, preparation, and mitigation are essential, yet the urgency remains largely hidden from public discourse, leaving most of humanity blissfully unaware of a growing invisible threat. In recent years, scientists monitoring Earth's magnetic field have been confronted with anomalies that defy expectation, revealing patterns that challenge conventional understanding of geomagnetism. Using advanced satellite arrays, ground-based observatories, and decades of accumulated data, researchers have mapped regions where the magnetic field behaves unpredictably, areas that fluctuate rapidly, weaken unexpectedly, or even reverse locally for short periods. These discoveries have sparked concern because they are not isolated phenomena. Rather, they suggest that the planet's magnetic field, once considered relatively stable on human timescales, is far more dynamic and potentially unstable than previously believed. One of the most alarming findings is the expansion of the South Atlantic Anomaly. Once a relatively contained region over the Southern Atlantic, it has grown dramatically in size over the past few decades, now stretching across millions of square kilometers. The anomaly represents a region where Earth's magnetic shield is unusually weak, allowing high-energy particles from the Van Allen belts and solar wind to penetrate closer to the surface. Satellites passing through this region have reported frequent malfunctions, memory corruption, and in some cases, permanent damage to sensitive instruments. For scientists, the growth of this anomaly is both a warning and a puzzle. What is causing the shield to weaken at this particular location, and why is it spreading at such an alarming rate? Even more surprising is the detection of smaller, previously unknown anomalies appearing in unexpected locations. Satellite data has revealed pockets of weakened magnetism over parts of Siberia, Southeast Asia, and the Indian Ocean, where local geomagnetic variations deviate sharply from global averages. These mini-anomalies are often transient, appearing for months or years before fading or relocating, yet their sudden emergence has raised questions about the stability of Earth's core dynamics. Researchers speculate that these anomalies may reflect fluctuations in the flow of molten iron within the outer core, which drives the geodynamo responsible for generating the magnetic field. If the flow patterns become erratic, the field above can wobble, weaken, or even invert locally, creating unpredictable conditions on the surface and in orbit. The implications for technology are significant. Satellites, which are increasingly essential for communication, navigation, weather prediction, and scientific observation, are particularly vulnerable to these magnetic irregularities. High-energy particles penetrating weakened regions can disrupt circuitry, degrade solar panels, and interfere with communication systems. Space agencies now plan missions specifically to monitor these anomalies, adjust satellite orbits, and develop protective shielding. Airlines, too, monitor geomagnetic conditions closely, as pilots report erratic instrument readings in areas where anomalies are detected. The invisible threat of magnetic instability is no longer confined to theory. It is impacting real-world operations daily. Beyond technology, these anomalies raise unsettling questions about Earth's future. Historically, fluctuations in the magnetic field have been associated with pole reversals, events that occur roughly every few 100,000 years. During such reversals, the field can weaken globally, exposing the planet to heightened levels of cosmic radiation. While there is no immediate cause for panic, the sudden appearance and growth of these anomalies may represent early warning signs of long-term instability. The possibility that Earth could be approaching a transitional phase in its magnetic life cycle adds urgency to monitoring and understanding these phenomena. Geophysicists have also discovered that these anomalies may influence atmospheric conditions and weather patterns. By allowing higher levels of charged particles to enter the upper atmosphere, magnetic irregularities can affect ionization rates, which in turn influence cloud formation, electrical storms, and even local climate variability. While these effects are subtle and complex, the connection between magnetic anomalies and atmospheric dynamics is becoming a focus of intensive research. Understanding how these regions interact with solar activity is essential, particularly as the Sun itself moves toward periods of increased activity in its 11-year cycle. Some anomalies appear to interact with human perception in unexpected ways. There are reports from pilots, sailors, and even hikers who describe feelings of disorientation, sudden fatigue, or visual disturbances when passing through regions of magnetic irregularity. While these effects are anecdotal and require further study, laboratory experiments have shown that high-intensity magnetic fields can influence neural activity, suggesting a potential mechanism for these unusual experiences. In other words, anomalies may not only impact technology and the environment, they may subtly affect human biology as well. In addition, recent studies using satellite magnetometers have identified magnetic pulses emanating from certain anomalies. These pulses are rapid fluctuations in field strength that last for seconds to minutes, capable of inducing electrical currents in conductive materials on Earth and in orbit. Such pulses have been linked to unexpected transformer failures in remote power grids, temporary outages in communications networks, and even unexplained malfunctions aboard scientific and commercial satellites. Each pulse is a reminder that the magnetic field is not a static shield but a dynamic, living system that can influence the planet in sudden and dramatic ways. Perhaps most intriguing is the global pattern emerging from these discoveries. Rather than appearing randomly, anomalies often cluster along regions of tectonic activity or geological transition. For instance, many mini-anomalies coincide with subduction zones, volcanic regions, or continental boundaries. This suggests that movements in the crust and mantle may influence the flow of molten iron in the core, subtly altering the magnetic field above. If this link is confirmed, it would provide a startling connection between geology, geomagnetism, and the appearance of anomalies, a reminder that Earth's internal processes are far more interconnected than previously appreciated. In sum, the recent discoveries of previously unknown anomalies have transformed our understanding of Earth's magnetic field. No longer can scientists view it as a simple, steady shield protecting the planet. Instead, it is a dynamic, sometimes unstable system, capable of creating localized weak points, unpredictable surges, and even potential hazards for technology, human activity, and the environment. These findings underscore the urgent need for continuous monitoring, sophisticated modeling, and preparation for a future in which magnetic anomalies may play an increasingly significant role in shaping the world. The Earth exists in a constant dance with the Sun, bathed in a stream of charged particles and electromagnetic energy known as the solar wind. Most of the time, our planet's magnetic field acts as a protective bubble, deflecting these high-energy particles and shielding the atmosphere from their potentially catastrophic effects. Yet, as anomalies in the magnetic field grow, these protections weaken, allowing solar and cosmic radiation to penetrate deeper into the atmosphere and even affect the surface in subtle but measurable ways. Scientists are increasingly concerned that the link between cosmic radiation, solar storms, and magnetic anomalies may be more immediate and dangerous than previously understood, with consequences spanning technology, climate, and human health. Solar storms, also called coronal mass ejections, CMEs, are massive bursts of plasma and magnetic energy from the Sun that travel through space at millions of kilometers per hour. When these storms encounter Earth, the magnetosphere absorbs the impact, often producing spectacular auroras but also dangerous electromagnetic disruptions. Under normal conditions, the planet's magnetic field channels most of this energy harmlessly around the globe. However, in areas weakened by anomalies, such as the South Atlantic Anomaly or newly detected mini-anomalies, these storms can penetrate closer to the surface, interacting with the ionosphere and even inducing electrical currents in the ground. These geomagnetically induced currents have been known to cause transformer failures, satellite malfunctions, and power grid collapses, as demonstrated during the massive Quebec blackout in 1989. Cosmic radiation, originating from beyond the solar system, poses a subtler but equally significant threat. Normally blocked by the magnetic field and upper atmosphere, these high-energy particles can wreak havoc on electronic systems and living tissue when they enter regions of weakened magnetic protection. Satellites orbiting through such areas record frequent single-event upsets, where a single charged particle can corrupt memory or disable critical instruments. Astronauts report visual phenomena like flashes of light, caused when cosmic rays interact with retinal cells, and studies suggest prolonged exposure could increase cancer risks. As anomalies grow in size and intensity, the normally reliable magnetic shield is no longer uniform, allowing both solar and cosmic radiation to find pathways previously blocked. Recent observations have shown that solar storms and anomalies can interact in unpredictable ways. When a strong solar storm hits a weakened region of the magnetic field, it can trigger local surges in radiation levels, creating hotspots that endanger satellites and ground systems alike. In some cases, the combination of magnetic weakening and solar activity can amplify geomagnetic effects thousands of kilometers from the anomaly center. This chain reaction suggests that localized anomalies may not remain isolated but could influence global geomagnetic stability, a concern that has prompted new research into predictive modeling of magnetic and solar interactions. The implications for aviation are significant. Aircraft flying at high altitudes, particularly over the poles or known magnetic anomalies, are exposed to higher levels of radiation during solar storms. Pilots and crew can receive doses of radiation that exceed normal background levels, increasing long-term health risks. Airlines adjust flight paths during predicted solar events, but as anomalies grow, avoiding radiation exposure becomes more complex, highlighting how magnetic instability can have a direct impact on human safety. Marine navigation is similarly affected. Ships relying on magnetic compasses have long reported deviations in areas later confirmed to be magnetically anomalous. When a solar storm coincides with such an anomaly, navigational instruments can become erratic, creating dangerous conditions for vessels traveling in remote or storm-prone waters. The combination of cosmic forces and magnetic weakness creates a volatile environment, bridging the ancient legends of cursed waters with a modern understanding of space physics. Scientists also worry about the long-term effect of repeated cosmic radiation exposure on Earth's atmosphere. Charged particles can ionize molecules, affecting the formation of clouds, altering atmospheric chemistry, and even influencing climate patterns over decades. Although these effects are subtle compared to other climate drivers, their connection to magnetic anomalies adds a previously unconsidered layer to climate science. A planet with a weakening magnetic shield may be subtly reshaped by the very energy it was designed to block. Beyond immediate technology and climate impacts, the growing intensity of anomalies raises existential questions. If Earth's magnetic field continues to weaken in key regions, a sufficiently strong solar storm or cosmic radiation burst could create cascading failures in satellites, communications, power grids, and aviation networks simultaneously. The consequences of such an event would extend far beyond inconvenience. It could disrupt the functioning of modern civilization, leaving societies unprepared for an invisible but powerful natural force. Historical records suggest that similar conditions may have occurred in the past. Ancient civilizations documented fiery skies, unusual auroras, and sudden disturbances in daily life, possible indirect observations of solar storms interacting with magnetic anomalies. By studying these historical accounts alongside modern measurements, scientists hope to better understand the potential severity of future events and the need for robust mitigation strategies. In short, the link between cosmic radiation, solar storms, and growing magnetic anomalies is no longer speculative. It is a dynamic and escalating interplay, with the potential to affect technology, climate, human health, and even societal stability. Each newly detected anomaly serves as a reminder that Earth's protective shield is not a static wall but a living, fluctuating system. Its integrity is crucial, yet increasingly vulnerable to cosmic forces that humanity is only beginning to fully comprehend. For centuries, Earth's magnetic field was assumed to be a stable and predictable force, a reliable protector of life and technology. Yet the rapid expansion and intensification of magnetic anomalies in recent decades have challenged this assumption, prompting scientists to explore deeper causes and consider scenarios that once seemed purely theoretical. Several leading hypotheses have emerged, ranging from internal processes within Earth's core to external cosmic influences. Each theory sheds light on the complexity of the planet's geodynamics, while simultaneously raising urgent questions about what the near future may hold. One of the most widely discussed explanations involves instability within Earth's outer core. The magnetic field is generated by the geodynamo, a process driven by the movement of molten iron and nickel in the outer core. Convection currents, rotation, and the Coriolis effect combine to create the planet's magnetic shield. However, disruptions in these flows, caused by changes in temperature, composition, or pressure, can create localized weakening of the field. In extreme cases, such fluctuations could lead to temporary reversals or the emergence of new magnetic poles, which in turn might explain the appearance of growing anomalies like the South Atlantic Anomaly and smaller mini-anomalies worldwide. Geomagnetic pole shifts, another critical hypothesis, also attract attention. Earth's magnetic poles are not fixed, they wander naturally over time, but recent measurements indicate that the North Magnetic Pole is moving at an unprecedented speed of approximately 55 kilometers per year. A rapid shift could destabilize the field, weakening protective zones and creating irregularities across the planet. Historical geological records suggest that full pole reversals occur every few 100,000 years, during which the field can weaken dramatically for centuries. The sudden appearance and intensification of modern anomalies may represent the early stages of such a process, a warning that the planet could be preparing for a major geomagnetic event. Some scientists also point to interactions between the Earth's core and mantle as potential drivers. Seismic studies reveal that subduction zones, mantle plumes, and large-scale tectonic activity can influence the flow of molten metal in the core, subtly altering the magnetic field above. The correlation between magnetic anomalies and tectonically active regions suggests that the planet's internal mechanics are tightly coupled. If changes in the mantle or crust accelerate, they may create feedback loops that amplify magnetic irregularities, causing anomalies to grow in both size and intensity. External cosmic influences are another intriguing possibility. Solar activity, cosmic rays, and even interstellar magnetic fields interact with Earth's own field, and some researchers argue that shifts in the solar system's position relative to the galaxy could influence geomagnetic stability. While these effects are harder to quantify, long-term patterns in radiation and solar storms may coincide with periods of magnetic weakening observed on Earth. Some fringe theories even propose that unknown cosmic phenomena, such as passing dark matter streams or gravitational perturbations, could subtly influence the geodynamo, further complicating the picture of why anomalies are intensifying. A combination of these factors is perhaps the most likely scenario. Earth's core instability, accelerated pole drift, tectonic feedback, and external cosmic forces may act together to destabilize the magnetic field in localized regions. This explains why anomalies do not appear randomly but often cluster in certain areas like the South Atlantic, Siberia, and parts of the Indian Ocean. Each region of weakness becomes a focal point where solar and cosmic energy can penetrate more deeply, amplifying the effects and creating a cascading system of geomagnetic instability. Some scientists caution that while the processes behind anomalies are natural, their rapid intensification is unprecedented in recorded human history. The growth of the South Atlantic Anomaly in just a few decades, along with the sudden emergence of mini-anomalies, suggests that Earth's magnetic environment is entering a volatile phase. Predicting the timing or severity of potential pole reversals or magnetic collapses is exceedingly difficult, but the trend indicates that action may be required to safeguard satellites, power grids, and technological infrastructure. Historical analogues offer sobering context. Geological and paleomagnetic studies reveal that during past pole reversals, the magnetic field weakened significantly, sometimes by 90% of its current strength, for thousands of years. Such a weakening would dramatically increase exposure to cosmic and solar radiation, potentially influencing climate, ecosystems, and human societies. While life has persisted through these events, modern civilization's dependence on technology makes the stakes far higher today. The intensification of anomalies may therefore be an early warning that humanity is entering a period of vulnerability unseen for hundreds of millennia. Theories regarding the intensification of anomalies are not merely academic. They carry practical implications for how we plan for the future. Satellites may need enhanced shielding, aviation routes might require careful monitoring, and global power grids must be prepared for geomagnetically induced surges. Governments and scientific institutions are developing contingency plans, yet the uncertainty surrounding the underlying causes makes precise prediction difficult. The interplay of core dynamics, tectonics, and cosmic influences creates a system of immense complexity, where even small changes can have cascading consequences. Ultimately, the intensification of magnetic anomalies reflects a planet in motion, governed by forces both deep within and far beyond our world. Understanding these processes is crucial, not just for scientific knowledge but for survival in a technologically dependent civilization. The theories explored, core instability, pole shifts, mantle feedback, and cosmic influences, provide a framework for interpreting recent discoveries, but they also highlight how much remains unknown. The Earth's magnetic field, once assumed to be a constant and protective force, may now be revealing itself as dynamic, fragile, and deeply intertwined with both internal and cosmic processes. Humans have always sensed something unusual in regions where Earth's magnetic field behaves unpredictably, long before the invention of compasses, satellites, or sensitive instruments. From sailors reporting disorientation in the Bermuda Triangle to hikers feeling inexplicable fatigue or vertigo in remote wilderness, accounts of altered perception and strange experiences have persisted for centuries. Modern science is beginning to recognize that these phenomena are not purely anecdotal or psychological. There is growing evidence that magnetic anomalies can directly affect human cognition, behavior, and even physiology. The implications are profound, suggesting that invisible forces in our environment can subtly, and sometimes dramatically, influence human experience. Research into magnetoreception, the ability to sense magnetic fields, is well established in many animals, including birds, fish, and insects. These species use geomagnetic cues for navigation, migration, and orientation. For humans, the evidence is less clear, but a growing body of studies indicates that our brains may be sensitive to magnetic fluctuations as well. Experiments using controlled magnetic fields have demonstrated changes in neural activity detectable via electroencephalography, EEG, particularly in areas associated with spatial awareness, memory, and orientation. When exposed to fields similar in strength and variation to those found in natural anomalies, participants sometimes report feelings of unease, dizziness, or subtle disorientation. Field studies corroborate these laboratory findings. Pilots flying over regions such as the South Atlantic Anomaly or other geomagnetic weak zones occasionally report instruments behaving erratically while simultaneously experiencing cognitive stress. Sailors navigating magnetic irregularities historically documented sudden confusion, compasses spinning without reason, and even a heightened sense of foreboding. Anecdotes describe individuals feeling inexplicably anxious, lethargic, or off balance when traversing areas of geomagnetic disturbance. While such reports were once dismissed as superstition, they now align with laboratory observations that humans, like many other species, may be subconsciously sensitive to magnetic fields. Neurologically, magnetic fields may influence the pineal gland, which regulates circadian rhythms and melatonin production. Some studies suggest that fluctuations in geomagnetic intensity can alter melatonin secretion, affecting sleep, mood, and cognitive function. This could explain why individuals in regions with anomalies report fatigue, irritability, or difficulty concentrating. Additionally, magnetic fluctuations may influence calcium ion channels in neurons, subtly affecting synaptic transmission and brain activity. While the effects are not catastrophic under normal circumstances, sustained exposure to magnetic irregularities could have cumulative impacts on mental acuity, emotional stability, and perception of reality. Historical accounts often mirror these scientific insights. Indigenous peoples and ancient civilizations describe zones of disorientation, spirits of the land, and areas where people were prone to getting lost or behaving erratically. Folklore frequently attributes such phenomena to supernatural forces, yet modern interpretation suggests a plausible physical basis. Regions of strong or fluctuating geomagnetic fields influencing human nervous. Earth's magnetic rhythms intersect directly with human perception, emotion, and behavior. Across the animal kingdom, countless species rely on Earth's magnetic field for orientation, navigation, and survival. Unlike humans, whose sensitivity to magnetic forces remains subtle and poorly understood, many creatures have evolved precise mechanisms to detect and interpret geomagnetic cues. From migratory birds to sea turtles, salmon, whales, and even insects, the ability to sense the invisible lines of Earth's magnetic field is one of nature's most remarkable adaptations. Yet when these animals encounter magnetic anomalies, zones where the field is distorted, weakened, or irregular, their behavior often changes in ways that are dramatic, sometimes even fatal. Studying these responses not only reveals the profound influence of geomagnetism on life but also provides critical insights into the growing concerns about the intensification of anomalies worldwide. Birds are perhaps the most famous magnetoreceptive animals. Species such as the European robin and the homing pigeon navigate with uncanny precision during migration, guided not only by the stars or the sun but by the planet's magnetic field. Experiments have shown that when these birds are exposed to artificially altered magnetic environments, they become disoriented, flying in the wrong direction or failing to reach their destinations. Field observations in regions of natural anomalies confirm this. Migratory flocks sometimes veer off course, arriving hundreds of kilometers away from their intended paths. Scientists suspect that anomalies scramble the magnetic compass sense of these birds, creating navigational confusion that could affect population survival on a large scale. Sea turtles provide another striking example. Loggerhead turtles hatch on beaches and, guided by geomagnetic cues, embark on an extraordinary transoceanic migration that can last decades before they return to their birthplace to lay eggs. Studies have demonstrated that these turtles imprint on the unique magnetic signature of their natal beach, using it as a map for their lifelong journey. However, when anomalies distort the local magnetic field, turtles can become lost at sea, washing ashore in unexpected regions or failing to return to their original nesting sites. This disruption has severe implications for conservation efforts, as even minor magnetic irregularities can derail entire generations of turtles. Marine mammals such as whales and dolphins also appear deeply affected by anomalies. Mass strandings, long a mystery to scientists and coastal communities, often coincide with regions of geomagnetic disturbance. Research has shown that strandings frequently occur near magnetic minima or along anomaly lines where the field is weaker or fluctuating. The prevailing theory is that whales, which use geomagnetic cues during long migrations, become disoriented when passing through anomalous zones, accidentally steering themselves into shallow waters where they are unable to escape. The tragic images of dozens or even hundreds of whales stranded on beaches may therefore be a direct consequence of Earth's unstable magnetic shield. Fish, too, exhibit magnetically guided behavior. Salmon famously migrate from the ocean back to the freshwater streams of their birth, navigating with an extraordinary sense of precision. Recent studies demonstrate that young salmon memorize the magnetic signature of their natal rivers, later using these cues to locate them as adults. Yet anomalies can interfere with this delicate process, leading to declining populations when fish fail to spawn successfully. For fisheries and ecosystems alike, such disruptions could have cascading effects. Even insects are not immune. Honeybees, whose survival is critical for pollination and agriculture, show sensitivity to geomagnetic changes. Controlled studies suggest that bees use magnetic cues for orientation and hive communication. During periods of intense solar storms, which temporarily alter Earth's magnetic environment, beekeepers have reported disoriented swarms and decreased hive activity. If anomalies expand and intensify, this could further destabilize pollinator populations already under stress from pesticides, disease, and habitat loss. The consistency of these observations across species highlights an undeniable truth. Earth's magnetic field is not just a protective shield but a navigational framework woven into the fabric of life itself. Anomalies disrupt this framework, causing cascading effects that ripple through ecosystems. The phenomenon provides a natural warning system. If animals that evolved over millions of years to depend on geomagnetic stability are struggling to adapt, humans should not assume immunity. Instead, the struggles of wildlife serve as both a mirror and a cautionary tale. Cultural traditions and indigenous knowledge also reflect humanity's recognition of animal behavior as a natural compass. For centuries, sailors and coastal peoples noted that unusual animal migrations or strandings often preceded storms, earthquakes, or other environmental disturbances. Some of these observations likely correspond to geomagnetic fluctuations, which both animals and humans noticed indirectly through changes in behavior. In this sense, animals serve not only as victims of anomalies but as indicators of environmental change, providing data long before modern instruments existed. Modern satellite tracking of migratory animals has deepened our understanding of how anomalies affect them. For instance, GPS-tagged birds crossing the South Atlantic Anomaly sometimes deviate from expected routes, while tagged whales near the same region occasionally exhibit erratic travel patterns. Scientists now use animal movement as a supplementary tool to map magnetic irregularities, recognizing that the natural sensitivity of living organisms can detect subtle shifts long before human technology registers them. The broader implications are sobering. If anomalies continue to grow, they could disrupt migration patterns across entire species, threatening biodiversity and food webs. Fisheries could collapse as salmon lose their ability to navigate, sea turtle populations could plummet, and mass strandings of whales could become even more frequent. Since humans depend on many of these species for ecological balance, food security, and cultural value, the chain reaction could extend well beyond the animals themselves. What emerges is a picture of profound interconnection. Earth's magnetic field, far from being an abstract scientific concept, is a living force woven into the biology of countless species. The anomalies spreading across the planet are not simply technical problems for satellites or compasses. They are ecological disruptions with far-reaching consequences. By studying how animals respond to these disturbances, scientists gain not only clues about the mechanics of the magnetic field, but also warnings about what the future may hold for all life on Earth. Throughout history, cultures across the world have preserved myths, legends, and oral traditions describing places where the natural order seemed disrupted. Lands where compasses spun, skies shimmered with strange lights, people grew disoriented, and animals behaved unpredictably. For ancient peoples who lacked modern instruments, these regions carried a supernatural aura. They were often described as cursed, sacred, or gateways to other realms. Today, researchers studying magnetic anomalies find uncanny parallels between these ancient accounts and regions of measurable geomagnetic disturbance. The possibility that myths and legends encode early human encounters with anomalies provides a fascinating bridge between folklore and science. One of the most enduring examples is the legend of the Bermuda Triangle, a region of the Atlantic long associated with mysterious disappearances of ships and planes. Although the story became sensationalized in modern times, seafaring cultures had long spoken of this stretch of ocean as dangerous and unpredictable. Early sailors reported that compasses often misaligned in the region, a phenomenon later confirmed to align with localized magnetic irregularities. Ancient navigators, lacking explanations for such disruptions, attributed them to spirits of the sea monsters, or wrathful gods. In hindsight, these myths may have been attempts to explain natural magnetic anomalies. In Norse mythology, tales of the aurora borealis often depicted them as bridges or spirits of fallen warriors traveling across the heavens. While auroras are not themselves anomalies, they occur when charged solar particles interact with Earth's magnetic field. The fact that these lights appeared most vividly in areas with geomagnetic intensity suggests that northern peoples were attuned to the magnetic environment, even if they interpreted it through a mythic lens. Their stories of shimmering skies may have encoded observations of cosmic magnetic interactions thousands of years before scientists could measure them. Indigenous cultures worldwide also preserved accounts of forbidden or sacred lands where disorientation and unusual sensations occurred. For example, Aboriginal Australians speak of regions where travellers felt dizzy, saw unusual lights, or lost their way despite clear skies. Native American traditions describe areas where compasses fail or where shamans claim to hear the Earth's heartbeat. In South America, myths of the Amazon tell of zones that disoriented hunters and travellers, often attributed to forest spirits. Modern mapping of geomagnetic anomalies shows that many of these regions overlap with areas of measurable disturbance, suggesting that the myths may reflect lived experience. In ancient China, geomancy, or feng shui, was deeply tied to magnetic alignment. The earliest compasses were not used for navigation but for determining harmonious placement of structures relative to Earth's magnetic field. Ancient Chinese texts describe dragon lines or earth currents that flowed invisibly through the landscape, bringing prosperity or disaster depending on alignment. Some scholars argue that these descriptions may correspond to subtle awareness of geomagnetic variations, preserved through cultural and spiritual frameworks rather than scientific ones. Similarly, the Polynesians, among the greatest navigators in human history, used a combination of stars, waves, and possibly magnetic cues to cross vast stretches of the Pacific. Oral traditions describe areas of the sea where the canoe is confused or the ocean pulls in many directions. Researchers now speculate that these could represent regions where magnetic anomalies interfered with navigation, forcing adjustments that became encoded in navigational lore passed down for generations. The ancient Greeks also left intriguing references. Plato's tale of Atlantis includes descriptions of a powerful island civilization that fell beneath the waves after catastrophic events. Some interpreters link these accounts to geomagnetic disturbances or pole shifts, woven into mythic form. Elsewhere in Greek texts, mysterious lands of disorientation and strange atmospheric phenomena are described, perhaps reflecting the ancient world's limited but real encounters with zones of magnetic instability. Legends of skyfire, dancing spirits, and cursed waters recur across many cultures, suggesting a global pattern. The Maori of New Zealand, the Sami of Scandinavia, and the Inuit of the Arctic all describe shimmering lights and unusual sensations tied to the heavens and the earth. When these stories are mapped geographically, they often overlap with regions of auroral activity, polar wander, or anomalies where geomagnetic readings fluctuate significantly. For ancient peoples, these were moments of contact with forces beyond comprehension, sacred encounters with the invisible structure of the planet. Importantly, myths do not only describe anomalies as threats, they often depict them as portals to divine knowledge or other worlds. Sacred mountains, caves, or waters were sometimes located near geomagnetic anomalies, reinforcing their role as liminal spaces between the ordinary and the supernatural. Shamans and spiritual leaders often sought these places for visions, rituals, or communication with spirits, perhaps because magnetic disturbances subtly altered human cognition and perception. The sense of altered reality reported in such places resonates with modern findings that anomalies can influence brain activity and emotional states. Even medieval accounts echo this connection. European sailors exploring the Atlantic during the Age of Discovery frequently wrote about islands of confusion, regions where their compasses no longer pointed north. Some of these correspond to the South Atlantic, where today's most significant anomaly is located. At the time, these deviations were attributed to enchantments, dragons, or the wrath of God, yet modern science recognizes them as symptoms of the weakening magnetic shield in that region. Taken together, these myths and traditions suggest that humanity has long been aware of magnetic anomalies, even if described through symbolic, religious, or mythic language. What ancient peoples experienced as supernatural forces, modern science identifies as distortions in Earth's magnetic field. Yet in both cases, the impact is undeniable. These places command respect, evoke awe, and inspire caution. What makes this intersection so powerful is that myths preserved memory of anomalies across generations, serving as cultural warning signs before technology could explain them. The continuity between folklore and physics suggests that anomalies have been shaping human perception, belief, and survival strategies for millennia. In a sense, the legends were not wrong. They identified real places where invisible forces operated differently, even if cloaked in the language of gods and spirits. As modern anomalies grow in intensity, humanity may once again turn to both science and myth for guidance. Just as ancient stories reflected a deep, intuitive awareness of Earth's hidden rhythms, today's discoveries remind us that myth and science often describe the same truths through different lenses. By revisiting these ancient accounts, we may find not only cultural insight but also practical clues for understanding the strange magnetic forces that continue to shape our world. When archaeologists and researchers study the world's oldest monuments, a striking and recurring theme emerges. Many ancient structures are not randomly placed. Instead, they appear aligned to celestial bodies, cardinal directions, and, in some cases, magnetic forces that were invisible to the naked eye. The question is how civilizations thousands of years ago, lacking compasses, GPS, or advanced instruments, managed to build with such precision. Did they possess knowledge of the Earth's magnetic field that modern science has only recently rediscovered? Or were they guided by intuitive, spiritual, or ritualistic traditions that just happened to correspond with geomagnetic alignments? Consider the pyramids of Egypt, particularly the Great Pyramid of Giza. Modern measurements show that its sides are aligned almost perfectly with the four cardinal directions. While some argue this was achieved through astronomical observation, others suggest that ancient builders may have sensed or detected Earth's geomagnetic field. The precision is so exact that even with today's instruments, replicating such orientation on a massive scale would be an extraordinary feat. Could the Egyptians have known that aligning their structures to Earth's energetic grid would enhance the pyramid's symbolic or functional power? In South America, the Nazca lines present another mystery. These vast geoglyphs stretch across the Peruvian desert, depicting animals, spirals, and geometric designs only visible from above. Some researchers propose that certain lines correspond to geomagnetic anomalies or subterranean water channels influenced by Earth's magnetic currents. Shamans and priests may have used these alignments in ritual, believing the lines connected their society to higher realms of energy. Others speculate that the lines acted as a giant magnetic calendar, recording shifts in celestial and geomagnetic patterns over centuries. The megalithic structures of Stonehenge in England also point to a possible connection with magnetic anomalies. While primarily known for its astronomical alignments with the solstices, studies of the surrounding landscape suggest that the site was chosen in part because of subtle geomagnetic variations in the Earth beneath it. Ancient builders may not have understood magnetism in a scientific sense, but they may have recognized the sacred feeling of the land, an altered sensation that modern instruments now confirm correlates with localized anomalies. In Mesoamerica, The Maya and Olmec civilizations constructed temples and pyramids aligned to both the stars and the Earth's magnetic field. Archaeologists have discovered that many Maya ceremonial centers, such as Chichen Itza, exhibit precise orientation not only to equinoxes but also to magnetic north. Interestingly, obsidian tools found in these regions show magnetization, suggesting that ancient peoples may have experimented with naturally magnetic stones, lodestones, to detect orientation. Chinese records confirm this possibility. As early as 2000 BCE, Chinese geomancers were using magnetized needles in bowls of water, possibly predating the compass. The Great Zimbabwe ruins in Africa, with their mysterious stone enclosures and conical towers, provide another clue. Certain alignments in the structure suggest not only astronomical purpose but also sensitivity to Earth's energy lines. Local oral traditions speak of these sites as power centers where ancestors communicated with the living. Modern magnetometers have indeed detected anomalies in the surrounding terrain, hinting that these builders might have instinctively or deliberately placed their monuments where Earth's magnetic resonance felt strongest. Even more astonishing are the megalithic temples of Malta, which predate the Egyptian pyramids. Their curved, womb-like chambers create acoustic effects that researchers believe could alter consciousness during ritual. Some studies suggest that these structures amplify low-frequency sounds, possibly influenced by resonance with the geomagnetic field. Ancient priests may have constructed these temples to harness both sound and earth energy, creating altered states of awareness in initiates. Moving eastward, the Chinese pyramids, lesser known than Egypt's but equally impressive, also show deliberate alignments. Many are oriented not only to cardinal points but to magnetic north, as it would have been thousands of years ago, when the poles were slightly shifted. This suggests advanced knowledge of geomagnetic drift. The fact that these builders accounted for magnetic variation raises the question: were they tracking the slow wandering of Earth's magnetic poles? In the Americas, the ancestral Puebloan culture of the American Southwest built cliff dwellings and ceremonial kivas aligned to both the sun and magnetic forces. Modern researchers mapping anomalies in the region discovered that some sacred sites correspond to unusual geomagnetic readings. Indigenous oral traditions describe these places as doorways or center points, resonating with the idea that Earth's magnetism was experienced spiritually as well as physically. The Teotihuacan complex in Mexico adds another layer to the puzzle. The Avenue of the Dead and the Pyramid of the Sun are not only astronomically aligned but also sit upon a region rich in magnetic anomalies due to volcanic bedrock. Magnetized artifacts found at the site suggest deliberate use of magnetic materials in ritual and architecture. Could it be that Teotihuacan functioned as both a cosmic calendar and a magnetic power center, amplifying human connection to the earth and sky? Even in India, the temples of Khajuraho and Konark exhibit peculiar orientations, many of which align with magnetic north. Ancient Sanskrit texts describe the earth as crisscrossed with nodis or energy lines, not unlike the Chinese dragon lines. Priests likely used rituals and meditations at these temples to tap into geomagnetic energy, reinforcing the sense that ancient civilizations had an intuitive awareness of the Earth's unseen currents. Across all these sites, one theme persists: sacred architecture was not placed arbitrarily. Builders selected locations and orientations with remarkable precision, often in ways that correspond to today's understanding of geomagnetism. Whether through direct observation, experimentation with lodestones, or intuitive sensitivity, ancient cultures incorporated magnetic fields into their monuments. The implications are profound. If ancient societies truly understood and harnessed Earth's magnetic field, then their monuments may have served purposes far beyond ritual or religion. They could have functioned as centers of healing, consciousness expansion, or even communication with the cosmos. Modern science is only beginning to explore the subtle effects of magnetism on the human mind and body, effects that ancient peoples may have recognized experientially and enshrined in stone. Thus, when we walk among the ruins of these ancient structures, we're not just visiting relics of stone, we are stepping into spaces where Earth's hidden forces were once harnessed, honored, and amplified. These sites remind us that the builders of the past may have known more about the invisible energies of our planet than we are willing to admit. Throughout history, countless cultures have spoken of sacred landscapes, holy mountains, enchanted valleys, and mysterious caves where visions came more easily, spirits were said to appear, and divine voices could be heard. At first glance, these traditions may seem rooted only in myth and imagination. But modern research into geomagnetism suggests that many of these so-called sacred places coincide with regions of unusual magnetic activity. This discovery raises a provocative question. Could magnetic anomalies have influenced the altered states of consciousness experienced by shamans, mystics, and priests throughout human history? Shamanic traditions from Siberia to the Amazon consistently describe entering other worlds through ritual drumming, chanting, or the ingestion of plant medicines. Yet these practices often took place at specific sites believed to hold power: mountaintops, caves, or stone circles. Scientists studying brain activity in controlled magnetic environments have found that exposure to fluctuating magnetic fields can alter human perception, inducing sensations of presence, visions of light, and even out-of-body experiences. In other words, ancient shamans might have been unwittingly stepping into natural magnetic laboratories that heightened their mystical experiences. Consider the legends surrounding Mount Kailash in Tibet, long regarded as a spiritual axis of the world. Pilgrims claim profound visions and transformative experiences while circling the mountain. Interestingly, geological surveys reveal that the mountain sits within a region of significant geomagnetic activity. Could the mountain's status as a cosmic gateway be linked not just to belief, but to its magnetic influence on human consciousness? The Delphi oracle in ancient Greece provides another intriguing case. The Pythia, high priestess of Apollo, delivered cryptic prophecies while in trance. Traditionally, this was explained by vapors seeping from a geological fault beneath the temple. But new studies reveal not only gaseous emissions but also magnetic anomalies in the area. Could the combined effect of geology, magnetism, and ritual have induced altered brain states, allowing the oracle to perceive, or at least convincingly express, messages beyond ordinary consciousness? In the Americas, shamans of the Amazon basin perform rituals deep in the jungle, often at sites considered portals. Between worlds. Some of these sacred areas lie above magnetic anomalies linked to subterranean iron deposits. Participants in ayahuasca ceremonies frequently describe experiences of cosmic travel, encounters with non-human intelligences, and profound healing visions. While the psychoactive brew is central, the geomagnetic environment may amplify or shape the intensity of the journey. Similarly, among the First Nations of North America, sacred sites such as Devil's Tower in Wyoming and Chaca Canyon in New Mexico were revered as places of contact with the spirit world. Modern surveys reveal unusual magnetic readings at both locations. Oral traditions describe these areas as gateways where sky beings descended or where ancestors could be contacted. The convergence of mythology and magnetic data suggests that these places may have genuinely altered perception, reinforcing their role as spiritual centers. Modern neurophysiology sheds light on why this might be the case. The human brain operates using delicate electrical patterns, and neurons communicate through electrochemical signals. External magnetic fields, particularly when fluctuating, can interfere with or entrain these patterns. Subtle shifts in field strength may induce disorientation, unusual sensory experiences, or even a sense of presence that mystics interpret as spirits or gods. Michael Persinger's famous God helmet experiments demonstrated that applying weak, patterned magnetic fields to the temporal lobes of the brain could generate visions, feelings of transcendence, and encounters with unseen beings. If modern instruments can replicate these states, then ancient people may have experienced them naturally at magnetically active sites. This raises the possibility that religious experiences once considered purely supernatural might, in part, have a geophysical dimension. Yet this does not diminish their significance. On the contrary, it suggests that Earth itself may have played a direct role in humanity's spiritual evolution. Natural magnetic hotspots could have functioned as initiatory landscapes, guiding early shamans and priests into profound states of consciousness that shaped mythology, ritual, and the very foundation of belief systems. Take, for example, Ireland's Newgrange Passage tomb. During the winter solstice, sunlight penetrates the chamber, illuminating its spiral carvings. Visitors often describe an otherworldly energy within the site. Magnetometer surveys show anomalies in the ground near the tomb. Were the ancient builders deliberately combining solar alignment with magnetic resonance to create an intensified spiritual experience for initiates who entered the chamber at that exact moment of the year? Even Christian and Islamic sacred sites may fit this pattern. The city of Mecca, the spiritual heart of Islam, is not only astronomically significant but also situated within a region of geomagnetic variation. Pilgrims often describe feeling an overwhelming sense of presence and connection when circling the Kaaba. Similarly, Jerusalem, with its deep layers of religious tradition, lies above a geologically active and magnetically complex region. Could the placement of these holy sites reflect more than chance or politics, perhaps a resonance with Earth's energetic patterns? Another layer to this mystery is sound. Many ancient rituals involve drumming, chanting, or the use of resonant architecture, such as domes and caves, which amplify certain frequencies. Studies show that magnetic anomalies can interact with low-frequency sounds, producing unusual vibrational effects. This combination may have driven participants into trance with far greater intensity than ritual alone. Ancient priests may not have known the science, but they clearly knew the effect, passing down traditions that guided seekers into altered states for thousands of years. The implications of this are staggering. If magnetic anomalies truly influenced altered states of consciousness, then the development of religion, art, and myth may have been shaped as much by Earth's hidden forces as by human imagination. Visionary experiences, encounters with deities, and revelations that changed the course of civilizations may have been catalyzed by the invisible hand of geomagnetism. In a sense, Earth itself could be viewed as the original shaman, guiding humanity toward the mysteries of existence. The modern world often dismisses mystical visions as hallucinations or superstition, but what if those experiences were real interactions with the fabric of reality, made accessible by natural magnetic gateways? Science is just beginning to explore how geomagnetism affects the human mind. The ancients, however, may have lived in direct partnership with it, weaving their most profound experiences into myth and ritual. This recontextualizes sacred traditions not as delusions of primitive people, but as encoded knowledge of how to interact with Earth's subtle powers. Thus, the next time we hear of shamans ascending to the heavens, oracles receiving messages from the gods, or pilgrims feeling transformed at holy sites, we must ask ourselves, were they stepping into imagined worlds, or were they tuning into magnetic channels of reality that science is only now beginning to decode? For centuries, the natural world has left us stunned with its mysteries. Birds flying thousands of miles across continents, sea turtles returning to the exact same beach where they were born, and whales migrating through vast oceans with unerring precision, all without maps, compasses, or GPS. The secret behind these extraordinary feats lies in their ability to sense Earth's magnetic field, a biological compass hardwired into their very being. But what if ancient humans, too, once possessed or developed a similar sense, an instinctive or learned ability to navigate using magnetism? Could this forgotten skill explain the placement of ancient trade routes, sacred sites, and the uncanny accuracy of global exploration long before modern tools existed? Modern biology has confirmed that many animals are magnetosensitive. Migratory birds such as robins, pigeons, and even monarch butterflies rely on magnetic orientation to find their way. Their brains contain magnetite, an iron-based mineral that responds to geomagnetic fields. This natural compass allows them to detect direction with remarkable accuracy. Similarly, sea turtles navigate across thousands of miles of ocean, guided by geomagnetic signatures imprinted on their brains during hatching. Whales, salmon, and even certain bacteria also exhibit this ability, suggesting that magnetosensitivity is widespread in nature. If animals possess this extraordinary skill, why would humans be excluded? Some studies suggest that humans, too, may have latent magnetoreceptive abilities. In 2019, researchers at Caltech found that the human brain produces measurable responses to changes in magnetic fields, even though we are not consciously aware of it. This means that deep within us, remnants of an ancient biological compass still exist. Perhaps early humans, more attuned to nature, were able to harness this sense in ways we can barely imagine today. Ancient exploration provides tantalizing clues. Long before compasses were invented in China, sailors navigated across the oceans with apparent ease. The Polynesians, for instance, undertook daring voyages across the Pacific, traveling thousands of miles between islands without written maps or modern tools. Oral traditions describe them using the stars, wave patterns, and bird migrations, but could they also have relied on an inner sense of Earth's magnetism? Some researchers argue that their uncanny ability to reach isolated islands hints at a natural orientation skill, perhaps aided by the geomagnetic cues embedded in the ocean currents and winds. The Vikings, too, present a mystery. Historical accounts suggest they may have used sunstones to navigate cloudy seas. Recent experiments show that these crystals could polarize light, helping sailors determine the sun's position. Yet another theory posits that the Vikings also used magnetized lodestones, naturally magnetic rocks, to guide them. Lodestones were known in antiquity, and when suspended, they aligned to north and south. If Vikings combined the use of sunstones with an intuitive sense of magnetic direction, they may have been among the earliest to use a hybrid compass centuries before the rest of Europe. Even older traditions hint at magnetic awareness. Ancient Chinese records describe lodestones as early as 2000 BCE. At first, they were used for divination, placed on a smooth surface, the stones align themselves north-south, symbolically connecting heaven and earth. Over time, this mystical tool evolved into the world's first navigational compass. Yet the original spiritual use suggests that the Chinese may have viewed magnetism as more than just a practical phenomenon. It was seen as a bridge between the earthly and cosmic realms. The indigenous peoples of the Americas also demonstrate remarkable orientation skills. Plains tribes, for example, created medicine wheels aligned with celestial and cardinal directions. In Peru, the Nazca lines stretch across the desert, some pointing precisely toward magnetic or astronomical features. Oral traditions often describe these alignments as pathways of power or routes followed by ancestral beings. Could these myths encode memories of humans once navigating not only by stars but also by magnetic roads written into the Earth itself? Consider also the Silk Road and other ancient trade networks. Many of these routes pass through areas of known geomagnetic anomalies. While historians attribute this to geography, climate, and resources, another possibility emerges. Early travelers may have subconsciously followed magnetic cues, sensing energy lines in the land that made journeys easier. In this light, the concept of ley lines, long dismissed as pseudoscience, may actually reflect ancient pathways shaped by geomagnetic currents. Modern science lends further weight to this theory. Experiments in the 20th century showed that blindfolded humans could still orient themselves more accurately than chance would allow. Some studies revealed that people sleeping in alignment with Earth's magnetic field reported better rest and more vivid dreams. This suggests that even today, humans retain a faint sensitivity to geomagnetic direction, dulled by modern living but once essential for survival. If ancient humans were more attuned to Earth's magnetic field, this could explain the astonishing precision of their migrations and settlements. The rapid spread of Homo sapiens across the globe, from Africa to Asia, Europe, and the Americas, might not have been blind wandering. Instead, humans may have followed invisible magnetic pathways just as animals do today. These same pathways could have guided them to fertile lands, water sources, and regions of spiritual resonance where civilizations later flourished. This perspective transforms how we view the past. The building of ancient monuments, aligned to both stars and magnetic north, may not have been coincidence. Rather, it could reflect a deep relationship between humans and Earth's magnetic web. Our ancestors may have sensed and honored these forces, while we, in our technological age, have forgotten them. Yet the traces remain, in myths of guiding stars, tales of spirit roads, and monuments still standing as markers of Earth's invisible compass. If we accept that animals and humans share this hidden ability, then magnetism becomes more than a scientific phenomenon. It becomes a living connection between species, a shared inheritance written into the fabric of biology itself. Ancient shamans, sailors, and wanderers may have embraced this gift, perceiving Earth not as a lifeless rock but as a guiding force. Their wisdom challenges us to ask, what have we lost by ignoring this inner compass, and what might we rediscover if we learn to listen to it again? Human history is punctuated by sudden, often inexplicable collapses. Flourishing civilizations vanish almost overnight, cities are abandoned, and once thriving cultures dissolve into myth. Historians point to wars, famine, disease, or climate change as culprits, but sometimes these explanations feel incomplete. Could the Earth itself, specifically its magnetic field, have played a hidden role in shaping the fate of entire civilizations? When geomagnetic shifts occur, they can disrupt navigation, alter climate patterns, and affect biological rhythms. Increasingly, evidence suggests that magnetic fluctuations may have coincided with, or even triggered, some of history's most dramatic collapses. One of the most famous cases is the Bronze Age collapse around 1200 BCE, when several advanced civilizations, including the Mycenaeans, Hittites, and even parts of Egypt, suffered sudden decline. Traditional explanations include invasions by the mysterious sea peoples and prolonged drought. But geophysical studies reveal that this period coincided with anomalies in Earth's magnetic field, including fluctuations in intensity. Such changes could have altered weather systems, disrupting agriculture and sparking food shortages. They might also have interfered with navigation, making long-distance trade treacherous and destabilizing interconnected economies. If magnetic disruptions contributed to famine and social chaos, they may have been an invisible hand guiding the fall of empires. Another striking example lies in the Maya civilization of Central America. The Maya were masters of astronomy, timekeeping, and architecture, yet their great cities were mysteriously abandoned between the 8th and 9th century CE. Archaeologists usually blame droughts, overpopulation, or warfare. However, Recent studies show geomagnetic field anomalies in Mesoamerica during the Maya decline. Some ancient records even describe celestial disturbances and omens, which could have been the visible effects of geomagnetic storms or auroras at unusual latitudes. For a civilization so dependent on celestial cycles, disruptions in the sky's patterns would have been devastating, undermining religious authority and causing widespread panic. The Indus Valley Civilization provides yet another puzzle. Flourishing between 3300 and 1300 BCE, it boasted advanced urban planning, drainage systems, and trade networks. Yet by 1900 BCE, it began a rapid decline. While many scholars attribute this to shifting rivers, some studies suggest geomagnetic changes may have influenced monsoon cycles, disrupting agriculture. Intriguingly, artifacts with magnetized properties have been found in the region, suggesting the Indus people were aware of magnetic materials. Could their eventual downfall have been linked to changes in the very geomagnetic forces they once revered? Magnetic disruptions may also help explain the collapse of the ancestral pueblones, Anasazi, in the American Southwest. Their great centers, such as Chaka Canyon, were abandoned around the late 1200 CE. While drought is often cited, researchers have documented magnetic anomalies throughout the region, particularly around sacred sites. Oral traditions speak of cosmic imbalance and spiritual disconnection, language that might reflect geomagnetic disturbances influencing both environment and consciousness. Even the Roman Empire faced peculiar phenomena that might connect to geomagnetic shifts. Historical records describe blood-red skies, burning shields in the heavens, and strange lights at night, all descriptions consistent with auroras produced by geomagnetic storms. These events often coincided with times of social unrest, famine, and disease. Imagine the psychological impact on ancient populations. When the heavens themselves appeared to turn against them, confidence in emperors and gods alike would falter. While magnetic activity did not single-handedly topple Rome, it may have contributed to the aura of decline. Fast forward to the Viking Age. Around the 10th and 11th centuries, Norse seafarers expanded across the Atlantic, reaching Greenland and even North America. Yet within a few generations, many of their colonies collapsed. Archaeological evidence suggests worsening climate, possibly triggered by shifts in ocean currents. Some scientists link these currents to geomagnetic fluctuations that altered Earth's climate patterns. For navigators like the Vikings, who may have relied on both stars and magnetic cues, disturbances in Earth's magnetic field could have made long voyages far riskier, cutting off vital trade and supply lines. Perhaps the most dramatic example of geomagnetic upheaval comes from the Last Chance excursion, a magnetic pole reversal event that occurred about 42,000 years ago. During this period, Earth's magnetic field weakened dramatically, exposing the planet to increased cosmic radiation. Studies suggest this may have altered climate, disrupted ecosystems, and even affected human evolution. Some scientists argue that the Last Chance event coincided with the extinction of Neanderthals and the rise of Homo sapiens. If true, then magnetic field shifts did not just end civilizations, they shaped the very trajectory of humanity. The idea that magnetic anomalies influence civilizations may sound speculative, but consider the mechanisms. Weakening or shifting fields can destabilize weather, causing crop failures and famine. They can interfere with animal migration, disrupting hunting and fishing. They can affect human health and psychology, amplifying anxiety, visions, or unrest. And for cultures that depended on celestial cycles for agriculture and religion, any change in the sky, strange lights, altered stars, or disoriented navigation would have been interpreted as cosmic catastrophe. Moreover, when societies already faced internal pressures, magnetic disturbances may have acted as a tipping point. A drought caused by climate fluctuation becomes more devastating when populations lose faith in their leaders. A trade route becomes less reliable when navigation falters. A sacred priesthood loses legitimacy when the sky behaves unpredictably. Civilizations, no matter how mighty, were vulnerable to the invisible rhythms of Earth itself. In this light, the collapse of civilizations is not only a story of human failure but also of planetary forces beyond our control. Earth's magnetic field, usually silent and invisible, may have periodically surged into prominence, shaping the destiny of nations. If so, the past warns us of the future. As scientists now report weakening in Earth's magnetic shield and shifts in the poles, we may once again be entering an era where geomagnetic instability intersects with human vulnerability. Perhaps the greatest irony is that what ancient people interpreted as divine wrath or cosmic imbalance may, in fact, have been real, only not in the way they thought. The gods may not have been angry, but the earth itself was shifting beneath their feet, rewriting the fate of civilizations in silence. Across the tapestry of human history, certain moments stand out as strange turning points. Times when wars shifted direction, when prophecy seemed fulfilled, or when societies collectively felt they were living at the edge of something greater than themselves. Often, these periods coincide with unusual celestial and atmospheric phenomena. Skies glowing red, shimmering curtains of light descending across the night, or strange disruptions in navigation. Today, science recognizes these as possible manifestations of magnetic storms, sudden disturbances in Earth's magnetosphere caused by solar activity. But for ancient peoples, such events carried divine weight, shaping decisions, prophecies, and even the outcomes of wars. Consider the Battle of Marathon in 490 BCE. Ancient sources record that just before the Athenians confronted the Persian army, strange lights were seen in the sky. Some interpreted them as signs from the gods, bolstering Greek morale and sowing uncertainty in the enemy ranks. Modern scholars speculate these could have been auroral displays, the visible evidence of a geomagnetic storm. If true, then Earth's magnetic field played a hidden role in one of history's most pivotal battles, altering the destiny of Western civilization. A similar case occurred during the fall of Constantinople in 1453. Eyewitnesses reported that the Great Dome of Hagia Sophia glowed with an eerie light before the city finally fell to the Ottomans. To Christians inside, this was a sign of divine abandonment. To the invaders, a sign of divine favor. Today, scientists suggest this could have been an aurora caused by magnetic disturbances. The interpretation of the sky as a message from heaven influenced the psychology of the defenders and attackers alike, demonstrating how magnetic storms could reshape history through belief. Even the American Civil War saw strange celestial omens. In 1861, soldiers in both Union and Confederate camps reported extraordinary auroras lighting the skies of Virginia and Washington, D.C., an event highly unusual at such southern latitudes. Some took it as a sign of God's judgment on a divided nation. In truth, the displays were linked to one of the largest recorded geomagnetic storms, part of a solar cycle that peaked in the 19th century. While the auroras did not decide the war militarily, their psychological and symbolic impact was undeniable. Prophecies, too, often align with periods of geomagnetic disturbance. The Norse sagas describe the Fimbulwinter and skies filled with fire as precursors to Ragnarok, the end of the world. Scholars now suggest that Viking accounts of glowing skies may reflect auroras seen during heightened geomagnetic activity around the 9th and 10th centuries. These visions, interpreted through myth, shaped Norse cosmology and their sense of destiny. In the Bible, multiple passages describe signs in the heavens, burning skies, pillars of fire, and lights appearing by night. While many interpret these symbolically, some may record actual auroral events. For example, the pillar of fire guiding the Israelites by night could have been a geomagnetic aurora interpreted as divine guidance. Similarly, the prophet Ezekiel's vision of wheels of fire and glowing lights bears uncanny resemblance to auroral forms, suggesting that geomagnetic storms were often reframed as holy visions. The medieval period provides another fascinating record. Chroniclers in Europe, China, and Japan often described red skies or celestial banners seen during times of political upheaval. One striking case is 1204 CE, when chroniclers in England recorded blood-red skies that terrified villagers. Around the same time, King John faced rebellion and political chaos. Such coincidences reinforce the belief that cosmic forces were directly judging human affairs. Today, scientists see these as auroras produced by magnetic storms, which were far more frequent during peaks of solar activity. Even in more recent history, magnetic storms shaped human perception. The Carrington event of 1859, the most powerful geomagnetic storm on record, produced auroras so bright they were visible in Cuba, Hawaii, and even the Caribbean. Telegraph systems across the world sparked and caught fire. Had this occurred in ancient times, it would almost certainly have been recorded as a prophecy fulfilled or a divine sign. In fact, reports from rural America described people waking in the night thinking it was dawn, animals behaving erratically, and religious groups declaring the end of days. Magnetic storms may also have influenced explorers and navigators at key historical moments. Columbus, on his first voyage, recorded compass anomalies that frightened his crew. Such magnetic disruptions, caused by solar activity, could have been interpreted as omens, potentially undermining confidence in his mission. Columbus, however, reframed them as natural phenomena under divine control, preserving morale. Here again, Magnetism subtly shaped the course of exploration and discovery. Psychological effects of magnetic storms should not be underestimated. Modern studies suggest that geomagnetic disturbances can influence human mood, cognition, and even rates of anxiety and depression. If this is true today, it would have been even more impactful in earlier times when natural phenomena were directly tied to spiritual interpretation. A sudden wave of collective unease or visions triggered by magnetic fluctuations could easily give rise to prophecies, mass movements, or panic that altered the course of history. This interplay between magnetic reality and human imagination is crucial. To ancient cultures, the heavens were a cosmic theater where gods expressed their will. When auroras flared or skies glowed crimson, it was not seen as chance, it was a message. Prophets and leaders capitalized on these moments, framing them as validation of authority or warnings of doom. Entire wars and political shifts were influenced not by strategy alone, but by the silent dance of solar winds interacting with Earth's magnetic shield. From a modern perspective, this reveals a profound truth. Magnetic storms are not just natural curiosities. They are hidden actors in the drama of history, shaping perception, belief, and decision. They remind us that human destiny has always been entwined with cosmic forces beyond our control. If the collapse of civilizations was influenced by long-term magnetic shifts, then magnetic storms represent the short, sharp shocks, moments when the skies flared and history turned. Today, with our reliance on satellites, communications, and digital infrastructure, the stakes are even higher. A storm like the Carrington event would not just inspire prophecies, it would cripple our technology, bringing modern civilization to a standstill. In this way, the past becomes a mirror of the future, warning us that Earth's magnetic storms still hold power over the fate of nations. Throughout the ancient world, sacred sites were rarely placed randomly. Temples, shrines, megaliths, and holy mountains often share one peculiar quality: they sit on or near zones of magnetic anomaly. These subtle disturbances in Earth's magnetic field were invisible to the eye, yet ancient builders seem to sense them, or at least feel drawn to them. Modern science, through magnetometers and satellite mapping, confirms what folklore and sacred traditions hinted at for centuries. Places of worship align with magnetic hotspots, as though humanity's connection with the divine has always been mediated by the unseen currents of Earth itself. Take Stonehenge as one of the most famous examples. While much has been written about its astronomical alignments, recent geophysical surveys have revealed unusual magnetic readings beneath the site. Some stones themselves appear to possess faint natural magnetism, aligning with the magnetic north. Archaeologists now question whether the builders were aware of these qualities, choosing this specific ground because of the way it resonated. Visitors often describe a strange energy at Stonehenge, an unease or heightened awareness, exactly the kind of sensation one might feel in a zone of magnetic anomaly. In ancient Egypt, the placement of temples along the Nile also appears to correspond with geomagnetic features. The Temple of Karnak, one of the most important religious complexes in antiquity, stands in an area where underground rock formations cause measurable magnetic deviations. Some researchers believe this was intentional, that priests used simple tools like lodestones to detect the Earth's energy and build temples at places where it felt strongest. If true, then Egypt's monumental architecture was not just a tribute to gods but also a harnessing of magnetic power, a fusion of geology, astronomy, and ritual. China offers another striking example. The Forbidden City in Beijing, aligned with perfect geomantic principles, also lies in an area where magnetic north deviates more than usual. Ancient Chinese geomancers, practitioners of feng shui, emphasize the importance of qi, the unseen energy that flows through land and sky. Could qi have been their interpretation of subtle magnetic currents? The very layout of imperial capitals might have been dictated by Earth's magnetic anomalies, embedding the unseen into political and spiritual power. The Nazca lines of Peru, mysterious geoglyphs stretching across desert plains, also show correlations with magnetic readings. Some of the lines coincide with natural magnetic variations, as if the people who etched them were mapping forces invisible to modern eyes. Pilgrims walking these lines may have experienced unusual sensations, dizziness, or heightened awareness triggered by subtle geomagnetic effects. To them, this would have been evidence of divine presence. To us, it may reveal an ancient intuitive science. Even Jerusalem, a city revered by three major religions, rests in an area where magnetic surveys reveal localized anomalies. The Temple Mount in particular sits over geological fault lines that subtly distort the magnetic field. This may explain why for thousands of years, prophets, mystics, and visionaries have described extraordinary experiences there. It raises a provocative question. Were holy revelations partly amplified by Earth's magnetic environment, shaping the course of religious history itself? Beyond cities and temples, even solitary shrines and standing stones appear to follow this mysterious pattern. In Ireland, many early Christian monasteries were founded on sites where magnetic readings deviate sharply from surrounding land. Local legends often describe these places as thin places, where the boundary between worlds was weaker. Science now suggests they may indeed be thin in another sense, zones where the magnetic shield fluctuates, subtly influencing human perception and experience. Modern studies lend weight to this idea. Researchers have documented that humans, though not consciously aware, may have a biological sensitivity to geomagnetism. Experiments show subtle changes in brainwave activity when exposed to magnetic shifts. If this is true today, imagine its impact on ancient shamans, priests, or monks who spent long hours meditating at magnetic hotspots. Their visions, their sense of divine communion, may have been partly shaped by Earth's magnetic currents. The Maya city of Tikal in Guatemala adds another layer of intrigue. Its pyramids are aligned with celestial events, but magnetometers reveal strong magnetic variations beneath key temples. Pilgrims climbing the steps may have felt not only awe at the architecture but also a subtle disorientation, a sense of transcendence magnified by geomagnetic energy. To dismiss this as coincidence may be to underestimate the sophistication of ancient builders, who knew far more about Earth's hidden forces than we usually admit. Cathedrals of medieval Europe followed a similar pattern. Many Gothic cathedrals, including Chartres in France, were built on older pagan sites. Chartres in particular is famous for its labyrinth and mystical atmosphere. Magnetic studies show that the bedrock beneath it creates subtle anomalies. Pilgrims walking the labyrinth may have entered altered states of consciousness, an experience framed by faith but perhaps triggered by Earth's invisible hand. Some skeptics argue that this is nothing more than coincidence, that with so many sacred sites worldwide, some are bound to fall near magnetic anomalies. Yet the clustering is striking. Time after time, places deemed sacred long before modern technology reveal measurable deviations in the magnetic field. The consistency across cultures, from Druids to Egyptians, from Chinese emperors to Christian bishops, suggests a deeper knowledge at work. This raises a profound question. Did ancient civilizations possess a lost science of magnetism? Could lodestones, naturally magnetic rocks, have been their instruments, guiding where they built temples and monuments? Some traditions speak of priests using living stones that hummed or vibrated when placed on the earth, an uncanny description of lodestones responding to magnetic forces. If so, the builders of megaliths and temples were not simply aligning to stars above, they were tuning into Earth itself. The implications are staggering. If sacred sites sit on magnetic anomalies, then the architecture of religion itself may have been shaped by forces invisible to modern eyes until very recently. Faith, ritual, prophecy, all may have been amplified by Earth's magnetic breath, guiding civilizations toward the places where the unseen became tangible. Even today, many visitors describe profound experiences at these sites, a sense of awe, tingling sensations, or even altered consciousness. Skeptics dismiss this as psychology, but the science of geomagnetic anomalies suggests there may be more to it. These places may not just symbolize the sacred, they may be active participants in it, zones where Earth and humanity meet in ways we are only beginning to rediscover. As we uncover more about the links between magnetism and consciousness, the choice of sacred sites takes on a new meaning. They were not simply places of worship but interfaces with the unseen field that wraps our planet. Whether intentional or instinctive, ancient builders placed humanity's most enduring monuments on the invisible grid of Earth's magnetism. And this means that religion itself, our deepest myths, our holiest visions, may owe as much to the magnetic heart of the Earth as to the heavens above. Few ideas capture the imagination more than places where reality seems to bend, where ships vanish, planes disappear, and travelers speak of strange sensations before never being seen again. Throughout history, certain regions have been branded as cursed lands or haunted seas, zones where compasses spin wildly, instruments fail, and human beings report disorientation. Modern investigations often uncover a common thread running through these places. They lie atop magnetic anomalies, areas where Earth's magnetic field twists and fluctuates in unusual ways. Could it be that the most enduring legends of vanishing zones are not just myth, but the byproduct of unseen magnetic forces? The most famous of these is, of course, the Bermuda Triangle. Stretching between Miami, Bermuda, and Puerto Rico, it has become synonymous with mysterious disappearances. Pilots have long reported compass failures in this region, with instruments pointing in the wrong direction or spinning without control. Some researchers suggest that the triangle lies near a region where true north and magnetic north occasionally align, creating navigational chaos. Others point to subtle but measurable magnetic anomalies on the seafloor, massive deposits of magnetite and unusual rock formations that warp the field. Whatever the cause, the Bermuda Triangle has claimed hundreds of ships and aircraft, often without trace. But the Bermuda Triangle is not alone. On the other side of the world lies the Devil's Sea, or Dragon's Triangle, off the coast of Japan. Like its Atlantic counterpart, it has long been feared by sailors. Ancient Japanese texts warn of Mano Umi, a sea of demons where ships vanish. Modern reports echo the same stories: vessels drifting off course, compasses failing, sudden storms appearing without warning. Magnetic surveys confirm that the region is riddled with anomalies. Fishermen often speak of unease, dizziness, or sudden fatigue while sailing there, symptoms consistent with exposure to fluctuating geomagnetic fields. Closer to land, the Alaska Triangle has its own dark reputation. Encompassing a vast wilderness between Anchorage, Juneau, and Barrow, it is said to have swallowed up thousands of people. More disappearances per square mile than almost anywhere else in the world. Locals whisper of strange lights in the sky, time distortions, and aircraft going missing without a signal. Again, magnetic anomalies appear in the region, with pilots reporting erratic instrument behavior. Coupled with Alaska's rugged geography, these anomalies may create one of the most dangerous cursed zones on the planet. Even deserts bear the mark of this mystery. The Sahara Desert, vast and desolate, hides magnetic irregularities beneath its sands. Nomads speak of travelers losing their way even under clear skies, as if something unseen pulls them astray. French colonial explorers in the 19th century documented compasses spinning wildly in certain areas, forcing them to rely on the stars. Could this explain why ancient caravans vanished without a trace, giving rise to legends of haunted dunes and lands where the desert swallows men? One of the strangest cases is the Michigan Triangle in Lake Michigan. For centuries, sailors have reported ships vanishing, compasses malfunctioning, and bizarre lights hovering over the waters. In 1950, Northwest Airlines Flight 2501 vanished without explanation while crossing the triangle, and no wreckage was ever recovered. Magnetometers reveal local anomalies in the bedrock, possibly caused by iron-rich formations beneath the lake. These anomalies seem to disrupt navigation and communications, echoing the patterns of the Bermuda Triangle on a smaller scale. In South America, the zone of silence in northern Mexico presents another eerie example. Electronics fail here, radios cut out, compasses drift. Local legends speak of strange creatures and luminous orbs that appear in the night. Scientists investigating the region confirm that unusual magnetic patterns exist beneath the desert floor, possibly linked to meteorite strikes. Visitors frequently describe feelings of confusion, dizziness, and even hallucinations. Again, symptoms tied to magnetic field fluctuations. What makes these zones especially unnerving is not just their magnetic instability, but the way they intertwine with myth and folklore. Ancient cultures did not have magnetometers, yet they often recognized these lands as dangerous or sacred. Polynesian navigators, masters of the Pacific, avoided certain regions where the skies and seas seemed hostile. Native American traditions describe places of bad medicine, where hunters would become lost or vanish. In Siberia, legends of the Valley of Death speak of explorers disappearing under skies filled with strange lights. Over and over, the mythic and the magnetic overlap. From a scientific perspective, one explanation may lie in localized geomagnetic anomalies caused by iron deposits, volcanic activity, or fault lines. These distortions disrupt navigational instruments, leading to disorientation and accidents. But there may be more subtle effects at play. Studies suggest that fluctuations in geomagnetic fields can affect the human brain, altering perception, memory, and balance. A pilot or sailor in such a zone may feel sudden panic or confusion, misjudge their surroundings, and make fatal errors, all while believing they were overtaken by something supernatural. Yet not all disappearances can be explained so neatly. In some cases, wreckage is never found, even after exhaustive searches. In others, survivors describe bizarre experiences, time seeming to stretch or compress, skies glowing with unnatural colors, or instruments working perfectly one moment and failing the next. These accounts fuel the idea that magnetic anomalies may not just disrupt technology, but also warp human perception of space and time. Could these regions be windows into deeper mysteries? Some researchers speculate that magnetic anomalies might weaken the boundary between dimensions, creating temporary portals. While this remains speculative, the idea lingers in the public imagination because of how consistently strange phenomena cluster around these zones. Whether it is ships swallowed by the sea, planes lost without wreckage, or travelers stepping into a land that refuses to give them back, the mystery persists. Modern technology is both a blessing and a curse in this regard. Satellites now map Earth's magnetic field in detail, showing precisely where anomalies lie. Yet even with this knowledge, the anomalies remain unpredictable. They fluctuate with solar storms, earthquakes, and underground shifts. A zone that is safe one day may become a trap the next, as if Earth itself were alive and breathing through its magnetic veins. Ultimately, the legends of cursed lands and vanishing zones may be humanity's attempt to explain encounters with the magnetic unknown. What our ancestors called demons, spirits, or gods, we now recognize as magnetic irregularities, but the danger and/or remain the same. These places remind us that Earth is not a static, predictable world. Beneath the surface lies a restless magnetic engine, capable of shaping not only navigation but also the very fabric of our reality. If sacred sites reveal the magnetic sacred, then vanishing zones reveal the magnetic sinister, the dark side of Earth's hidden forces. Together, they paint a picture of a planet alive with energies that ancient peoples sensed and modern science is only beginning to understand. And if the past is any indication, these anomalies will continue to lure the curious and claim the unprepared, feeding legends that will endure for centuries to come. For decades, eyewitnesses around the world have reported strange lights in the sky, glowing orbs, and unidentified flying objects maneuvering in ways that defy conventional aircraft. While skeptics dismiss many of these sightings as illusions or misidentifications, a curious pattern emerges when we examine the geography. A disproportionate number of UFO reports occur in or near zones of magnetic anomaly. Could it be that Earth's shifting magnetic field is somehow tied to the phenomenon of UFOs, either as a natural trigger for strange lights or as a beacon that attracts something not of this world? Let us start with the Hessdalen Valley in Norway, one of the most studied UFO hotspots in modern times. Since the 1980s, residents have reported glowing orbs of light drifting over the valley, hovering for minutes, then vanishing. These are not fleeting glimpses. They have been recorded, photographed, and measured by scientists. Geophysical surveys of Hessdalen reveal significant magnetic anomalies caused by unusual mineral deposits underground. Theory suggests that the lights may be plasma formations triggered by the valley's magnetic environment. Yet some displays move with intelligence, responding to observers or radar, blurring the line between natural phenomena and something else. In the United States, one cannot ignore Roswell, New Mexico. While the infamous 1947 crash remains steeped in secrecy and conspiracy, it is worth noting that New Mexico sits atop a geologically active and magnetically complex region. The state's deserts are riddled with fault lines and iron-rich formations, which create irregularities in the magnetic field. Could such anomalies have contributed to the alleged crash, either by interfering with experimental craft or by drawing unknown aerial phenomena to the site? Another striking example is the Hudson Valley sightings of the 1980s in New York. Thousands of people reported massive V-shaped formations of lights hovering silently in the night sky. While some claim these were military aircraft, the sightings consistently occurred in an area with documented magnetic anomalies. Pilots flying over the region often report compass deviations. Some researchers suggest that UFOs, if they are real, may use such zones as energy sources, tapping into Earth's magnetic field like cosmic refueling stations. South America also offers compelling cases. In Chile's Atacama Desert, sightings of glowing disks and orbs have been documented for centuries. The desert itself is rich in minerals, with magnetic variations scattered across the landscape. Chilean Air Force officials have admitted that many sightings remain unexplained, even after military investigation. Some of the brightest, longest-lasting UFO displays in the Atacama have been recorded during periods of heightened geomagnetic activity, suggesting a link between Earth's magnetic pulses and aerial phenomena. Magnetic anomalies also appear in connection with ancient sites famous for UFO lore. Nazca, Peru, home of the mysterious lines etched into the desert, sits in an area of geomagnetic irregularities. Local legends speak of sky beings descending to the desert long before Spanish conquest. Modern UFO enthusiasts often point to Nazca as a possible landing site, but even skeptics admit that the area's unusual magnetic field may contribute to both the legends and the strange lights seen overhead. One of the most chilling intersections of UFOs and magnetism is the Dyatlov Pass incident of 1959. 9 experienced hikers in the Ural Mountains of Russia died under bizarre circumstances. Their tent ripped open from the inside, bodies scattered across the snow, some showing signs of radiation exposure. Nearby witnesses reported glowing orbs in the sky around the time of their deaths. Subsequent surveys of the area revealed localized magnetic anomalies. Compasses malfunctioned, and investigators felt uneasy while retracing the hikers' path. Could the hikers have encountered a geomagnetic event that produced plasma orbs, natural UFOs, that terrified them into fleeing their tent? Or did the anomalies attract something more inexplicable? From a scientific perspective, there is reason to believe that geomagnetic disturbances can produce visual phenomena mistaken for UFOs. Strong magnetic fluctuations can ionize the atmosphere, creating glowing plasmas or earth lights. These orbs of light, sometimes called spook lights or will-o'-the-wisps, have been reported in areas like Marfa, Texas, and Brown Mountain, North Carolina, both regions with magnetic irregularities. Witnesses often describe them as intelligent orbs that hover, chase, or vanish instantly. While skeptics call them ball lightning or plasma, the sheer consistency of reports suggests a phenomenon tied closely to Earth's magnetic breath. But there is another possibility, one far more unsettling. If UFOs represent technology not of this Earth, they may deliberately navigate along magnetic anomalies. Earth's magnetic field is a vast, invisible grid, and anomalies could act like signposts or power stations for advanced craft. Just as human engineers place airports along favorable routes, perhaps UFOs rely on these magnetic nodes as part of their operations. The clustering of sightings around anomalies could therefore be no coincidence but evidence of intelligent design. Even military encounters support this connection. Declassified reports from the U.S. Navy's TIC-TAC UFOs off the coast of California describe objects appearing near regions of magnetic disturbance in the Pacific. Pilots noted that their radar and sensors often malfunctioned during the encounters. Similarly, British military archives from the Rendlesham Forest incident of 1980 reveal that UFO sightings occurred near an airbase where magnetic anomalies were recorded. Instruments went haywire, compasses spun wildly, and soldiers reported beams of light touching the ground. Classic signs of geomagnetic disruption coinciding with unexplained aerial activity. Psychological effects must also be considered. Research indicates that exposure to fluctuating magnetic fields can alter brain activity, sometimes inducing hallucinations or altered states of consciousness. A lone hiker or pilot in a magnetic anomaly zone might genuinely see strange lights or feel a presence in the sky. To them, it would be indistinguishable from an encounter with a craft or entity. This doesn't rule out the existence of UFOs. It merely blurs the line between natural and non-human phenomena, suggesting that Earth's magnetism may be the stage upon which both play. Ultimately, the link between UFOs and magnetic anomalies suggests two possibilities. Either UFO sightings are a natural byproduct of geomagnetic activity, or UFOs, if real, are drawn to Earth's magnetic power like moths to a flame. In both cases, the correlation is undeniable. Where the magnetic field bends and twists, the skies seem to come alive with mystery. This connection forces us to reconsider the UFO phenomenon not as isolated incidents, but as part of a broader tapestry of Earth's magnetic influence. Whether natural plasma or interstellar visitors, the skies respond to the unseen pull of the planet beneath our feet. And if UFOs truly ride the magnetic currents of Earth, then understanding these anomalies may bring us one step closer to unraveling one of humanity's greatest mysteries. Throughout history, there have been countless stories of people who vanished for hours or days, only to return with little or no memory of what happened. Some spoke of entering strange states where time seemed to slow down, speed up, or collapse altogether. In the modern era, pilots, sailors, hikers, and even everyday travelers report missing time episodes. Situations where watches stop, clocks disagree, or hours pass in what feels like minutes. While paranormal explanations often dominate these accounts, an intriguing scientific possibility lurks beneath the surface. Magnetic anomalies may be disrupting the way we perceive and experience time itself. Time is not just a concept measured by clocks, it is deeply connected to our brain's internal rhythms. Our sense of time depends on stable biological oscillations, including brainwave activity and the flow of electrical impulses through neurons. Both of these are sensitive to changes in electromagnetic environments. Research in neuroscience has shown that exposure to fluctuating magnetic fields can alter brain activity, shifting perception, and even inducing hallucinations. If localized magnetic anomalies can distort human consciousness, then time distortions reported in these areas might be less paranormal than they appear, but no less mysterious. Consider the many reports from Bermuda Triangle pilots. Flight 19 in 1945, perhaps the most famous case, involved a squadron of 5 Navy bombers that disappeared while on a routine training mission. Before vanishing, the pilots radioed back that their compasses were malfunctioning and that they could not tell east from west. While navigational confusion played a role, some reports suggest that time discrepancies were noted in subsequent searches, planes covering distances faster than expected or slower than fuel allowances should permit. These oddities hint that magnetic anomalies may affect not only direction but also our experience of time. One chilling case occurred in 1970 when pilot Bruce Jernan claimed to have flown through a time storm over the Bermuda Triangle. He described tunnel-like clouds surrounding his plane, instruments failing, and an eerie sensation of being pulled forward. When he emerged, he found that he had traveled far faster than possible, covering hundreds of miles in minutes. To this day, his account remains one of the most famous examples of missing time tied to magnetic anomalies. Land-based stories echo these patterns. In Mexico's Zone of Silence, visitors frequently report losing track of hours while walking. Watchers often stop or run inaccurately within the zone, only to resume normal function when leaving. Some describe entire afternoons slipping away in what feels like moments. The phenomenon is so consistent that local folklore weaves missing time into the region's reputation, blending scientific oddities with tales of extraterrestrials and interdimensional portals. The Dyatlov Pass incident of 1959, already associated with UFOs and magnetic anomalies, also contains an eerie time element. Investigators found that the hikers' watches had all stopped at nearly the same moment, as if frozen by an external force. Whether this was due to magnetic disruption or something more exotic, the connection between anomalies and distorted time is hard to ignore. Even in religious and mythological traditions, time distortions appear as recurring motifs. Celtic folklore tells of travelers entering fairy mounds and returning to find that centuries had passed, though to them only hours seemed gone. In Japanese legends, fishermen spoke of visiting the undersea palace of the dragon god, spending days in wonder, only to return to a world aged by centuries. Could these myths have originated from real encounters with zones of magnetic anomaly, where altered consciousness gave rise to missing time experiences? Modern science lends some support to these possibilities. Geophysicists studying magnetic hotspots have documented that strong localized anomalies can disrupt atomic clocks, the most precise instruments we have for measuring time. In 2016, researchers in Brazil found that equipment placed near magnetic anomalies in the South Atlantic registered irregularities in timing. If atomic clocks can falter under magnetic strain, then human time perception, already fragile and subjective, could be even more vulnerable. Pilots are among the most frequent witnesses to magnetic-linked missing time. In addition to Jernan, multiple commercial and private aviators have described entering electromagnetic fogs, where cockpit instruments froze or spun, radios crackled with static, and time seemed inconsistent. Some landed only to find that they had crossed distances impossibly fast, others to discover that far more time had passed than their logs indicated. Aviation experts often attribute this to stress or equipment error, yet the repeatability of these experiences in known magnetic zones suggests something deeper. Another curious element is the link between auroras and altered time perception. During strong geomagnetic storms, people observing auroras have occasionally reported entering trance-like states, losing track of time while under the glowing skies. Scientific measurements reveal that geomagnetic storms alter the ionosphere, disrupting not only technology but also human physiology. If intense magnetic activity can subtly manipulate our internal clocks, then the idea of time slipping in anomaly zones gains credibility. Some researchers take the idea even further, suggesting that magnetic anomalies may not only distort perception but also bend spacetime itself on a micro scale. While speculative, this draws on the fact that Earth's magnetic field interacts with the flow of charged particles from the Sun. In areas where anomalies weaken the shield, localized turbulence could produce exotic effects we do not yet understand. Could magnetic anomalies act as temporary distortions in spacetime, creating conditions where time flows differently? If so, missing time reports may be more than psychological. They may represent real alterations in temporal flow. The connection between abduction experiences and missing time also enters this picture. Many individuals who claim to have encountered UFOs describe hours vanishing without explanation. Hypnotic regressions and fragmented memories often reveal sensations of paralysis, disorientation, and altered awareness, symptoms that parallel those reported in strong magnetic environments. Whether these experiences are extraterrestrial encounters or neurological responses to geomagnetic fluctuation remains debated, but the overlap is striking. At the very least, magnetic anomalies appear capable of inducing profound distortions in human perception. Travelers describe zones where seconds stretch like minutes, where hours collapse into moments, and where the boundary between dream and waking reality dissolves. These experiences, while disorienting, reveal how fragile our relationship with time truly is, and how easily Earth's magnetic breath can bend it. Ultimately, the phenomenon of missing time underscores a profound truth. Our perception of reality is not absolute. It is tethered to biological rhythms, electromagnetic stability, and environmental conditions. In regions where magnetism twists and bends, our sense of continuity unravels. Whether this points to the limits of human neurology, the influence of Earth's anomalies, or the intrusion of something beyond, one thing is certain: time itself is not immune to the mysteries of magnetism. And if time can slip, bend, or break in these zones, then perhaps the legends of portals, alternate dimensions, and hidden realities are not entirely fiction. Instead, they may be echoes of encounters with the magnetic veil of reality, a veil we barely understand, yet one that continues to draw explorers, scientists, and seekers into its shadow. For centuries, civilizations across the world have carried within their myths, scriptures, and sacred stories warnings of a day when the Earth itself would undergo a catastrophic transformation. Whether framed as a flood, a fire, or a cosmic upheaval, these apocalyptic visions often speak of the sky darkening, the stars shifting, and the ground itself rebelling against humankind. Modern science has revealed that Earth's magnetic field has flipped many times in its deep history, with the North and South poles exchanging positions. These geomagnetic reversals occur irregularly, sometimes separated by hundreds of thousands of years, and though the process may take millennia, the transitional phases could bring dramatic instability. Prophets and seers of the ancient world may not have known about geomagnetism, but they described cosmic disturbances and disorientations that echo strikingly with the concept of a magnetic cataclysm. Take, for instance, the Book of Revelation in the Christian Bible. It speaks of stars falling from the heavens, the sky rolling up like a scroll, and the earth reeling like a drunkard. While usually interpreted as symbolic, some researchers suggest these passages could be rooted in collective memory of catastrophic celestial events, auroras, fire from the sky, and compass-shattering disturbances linked to pole shifts. The Bible is not alone. The Hopi prophesies of North America tell of a time when the world would enter the Fifth Age after fire from the sky and great disorientation plagued humanity. The Mayan long count calendar, famously associated with predictions of doom in 2012, also speaks of cyclical ages ending with destruction and renewal. The Aztecs described their suns, previous ages of the world, each destroyed by catastrophic natural forces: jaguars, fire, wind, flood, and earthquake. What if these cyclical endings correspond not only to mythological imagination but to episodes of geomagnetic instability that reset the rhythms of Earth? Scientific evidence backs the possibility that magnetic fluctuations were indeed catastrophic in human prehistory. During pole shift events, Earth's magnetic shield weakens dramatically, exposing the surface to higher levels of cosmic radiation. This can disrupt climates, accelerate mutations in DNA, and collapse ecosystems. Some extinction events line up suspiciously close to known magnetic anomalies or reversals. For example, the last JAMP event around 42,000 years ago saw the poles briefly flip before reverting. Studies suggest this event destabilized weather patterns, drove widespread extinctions, and may even have pressured early human populations into retreating into caves, where they painted the haunting art that survives today. The Norse Ragnarok myth describes the sun darkening, stars vanishing from the sky, and the earth trembling as the world serpent rises from the deep. Many dismiss this as poetic apocalypse, yet when considered alongside the science of pole reversals, the imagery feels chillingly aligned. If auroras stretched across skies worldwide, if radiation storms dimmed the atmosphere, if compasses spun wild while earthquakes rippled across weakened crusts, ancient people would surely describe it as the ending of the world. China's I Ching cosmology also references cycles of cosmic balance being overturned, warning of periods when the heavenly mandate collapses and the natural order is upended. Indian texts like the Mahabharata and Vishnu Purana describe ages where the earth's elements revolt, fire rains from the heavens, and humanity is nearly extinguished before renewal. These stories, woven across continents, seem to echo a common fear: that Earth itself undergoes periodic resets linked to forces beyond human control. In modern times, the possibility of a pole shift continues to trigger fascination and dread. Scientists confirm that the magnetic North Pole is indeed wandering faster than ever recorded, drifting from Canada towards Siberia at unprecedented speeds. Some fear this acceleration signals an approaching reversal. NASA and geological surveys caution that while a full flip is not imminent, the weakening of the magnetic field, especially in regions like the South Atlantic Anomaly, is a real concern. Satellites passing through this zone regularly malfunction, radiation exposure increases, and global navigation systems face threats. What happens if such anomalies intensify, spreading instability across the globe? Conspiracy circles often amplify these warnings, tying them to doomsday predictions. The infamous 2012 scare, linked to the Mayan calendar, was reinterpreted by some theorists as a warning of geomagnetic disaster rather than literal planetary destruction. Even today, online communities speculate that rising natural disasters, volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, extreme weather, are harbingers of an unstable magnetic field approaching collapse. Though mainstream science warns against overdramatizing, the core reality remains. Magnetic reversals are real, they have happened before, and they will happen again. Prophetic traditions often include the notion of survivors, those who endure the chaos and emerge into a new world. This resonates with the archaeological record, where after cataclysmic events, small bands of humans adapted, rebuilt, and gave rise to new cultures. Perhaps the myths of a chosen few surviving apocalypse are echoes of those ancestors who endured the last great geomagnetic turmoil. Some even suggest that ancient civilizations encoded knowledge of pole shifts into their monuments. The orientation of Egyptian pyramids, Mayan temples, and megalithic sites often align with precise celestial markers. If pole shifts periodically alter Earth's orientation, these monuments may serve as anchors, messages to future generations warning of the cycle's return. Could the warnings of prophets and the alignments of stone builders be two expressions of the same awareness, that Earth's magnetic fabric is not eternal, but fragile and cyclical? The psychological impact of such prophecies cannot be ignored. When humans believe they are living in the end times, societies shift. Fear can drive collapse or inspire innovation. The 2012 panic, despite being unfounded, spurred millions to rethink their relationship with nature and the cosmos. If modern awareness of magnetic instability continues to grow, will humanity prepare wisely, or will it repeat the mistakes of ancestors who faced collapse unprepared? In the end, the convergence of ancient prophecy and modern science presents a haunting possibility, that humanity has always sensed the danger lurking beneath Earth's magnetic shield. Whether through spiritual visions, mythic storytelling, or empirical observation, our ancestors left behind warnings. Today, scientists confirm the mechanism behind those fears. And as we watch the poles drift, the field weaken, and anomalies grow, we cannot help but wonder, are we once again standing at the threshold of a magnetic cataclysm foretold long ago? Throughout history, humanity's response to natural phenomena has often been a mixture of curiosity, fear, and control. Magnetic anomalies, geomagnetic storms, and pole shifts present a particularly insidious challenge. They are invisible, unpredictable, and capable of disrupting technology, communications, and infrastructure on a global scale. While the public often hears only rumors, evidence suggests that governments, militaries, and elite institutions have quietly been preparing for such eventualities, stockpiling resources, conducting secret research, and developing contingency plans that acknowledge the hidden power of Earth's magnetic forces. The US military, for example, has long been aware of the vulnerabilities posed by geomagnetic disturbances. The 1859 Carrington event, which caused telegraph systems to fail and fires to erupt across the globe, is often cited in modern Pentagon briefings as a historical example of how solar-induced magnetic storms could cripple communication networks. Declassified documents reveal that the military routinely models the impact of severe geomagnetic storms on satellite systems, GPS navigation, and power grids. Exercises simulating nationwide blackouts triggered by solar storms have reportedly taken place, though details remain heavily redacted. The implication is clear: magnetic events are not theoretical, they are considered a real threat to national security. In addition to contingency planning, geophysical research programs within elite scientific agencies have been closely monitoring anomalies around the world. From the South Atlantic Anomaly to fluctuating zones in the Arctic and Pacific, data is collected continuously, mapping areas where magnetic disturbances could interfere with satellites, aircraft, and communication networks. Some researchers suggest that these studies go beyond public knowledge. Underground bunkers, hardened communication hubs, and secret installations may already be positioned along or away from these anomalies to ensure continuity of operations during extreme geomagnetic events. Russia, too, has a history of secrecy surrounding magnetic phenomena. Reports indicate that Soviet-era scientists and military strategists were deeply concerned with geomagnetic interference on navigation and missile guidance systems. There are claims that classified polar research stations were built not only to study ice and climate but also to monitor fluctuations in the magnetic field that could affect both satellites and terrestrial defense systems. Some analysts argue that underground facilities in Siberia and other remote regions were designed as refuges and operational centers for geomagnetic emergencies, a precaution that remains active in modern Russian defense planning. Even in Europe, elite institutions have taken magnetic threats seriously. The European Space Agency and various national space programs maintain continuous monitoring of geomagnetic storms, particularly those caused by solar flares that could affect satellite constellations. Military research in the UK, France, and Germany has also focused on the potential weaponization of geomagnetic pulses and the vulnerabilities of electrical grids, suggesting that some aspects of natural disaster preparation may double as defensive and strategic military initiatives. Beyond infrastructure, there is growing evidence that elite governments study human susceptibility to magnetic anomalies. Experiments conducted on personnel in magnetic zones, often under the guise of psychological testing, have examined how exposure affects cognition, disorientation, and perception. Some speculate that this knowledge could be applied to both preparation and control, ensuring that soldiers, pilots, and other personnel can operate under conditions where magnetic fields induce hallucinations, time distortions, or sensory anomalies. There are also secretive global alliances rumored to coordinate magnetic anomaly research. Conferences on geomagnetism, solar storms, and space weather frequently include attendees from military and intelligence agencies, though the public only sees a fraction of these discussions. Documents occasionally leaked or declassified hint at protocols for moving critical assets to safe zones during magnetic events and for maintaining operational continuity in regions vulnerable to geomagnetic turbulence. In short, while the general population remains unaware, the world's most powerful institutions may already be acting as if a major magnetic crisis is not a question of if but when. The link between underground bunkers and magnetic safety is particularly intriguing. Reports from multiple countries indicate that deep underground facilities are often built in geologically stable regions with minimal magnetic interference. This includes missile silos, research labs, and command centers. The reasoning is simple. Magnetic anomalies can disrupt navigation, communications, and even structural electronics. By placing critical facilities in magnetically neutral zones, governments can ensure resilience against natural or solar-induced geomagnetic storms. Some conspiracy theorists go further, connecting these preparations to UFO sightings and other magnetic-related phenomena. They argue that elite agencies are not only preparing for natural geomagnetic crises, but also for encounters with anomalous aerial objects that exploit magnetic anomalies for energy or navigation. While hard evidence remains elusive, the pattern is compelling. Secretive institutions are focused on both the hidden forces of Earth and the mysteries that appear to ride those forces. Moreover, economic and technological preparations have been quietly undertaken. Stockpiling essential materials, reinforcing power grids, and developing radiation-hardened satellites all point to a recognition that magnetic events could disrupt global civilization. Insurance companies, too, track solar and magnetic risks, offering policies for satellites and shipping fleets vulnerable to geomagnetic storms, another subtle acknowledgement of the potential severity of these anomalies. The intersection of secrecy, science, and preparation reveals a fascinating reality. While the public debates myths and conspiracies, powerful institutions treat magnetic anomalies as tangible threats. From polar research stations to underground bunkers, from satellite shields to military exercises, there is a clear pattern of strategic planning. The world's elite may not be panicking, but they are quietly positioning themselves to survive what could be one of the most disruptive natural events in human history. Finally, the psychological impact of this secrecy cannot be ignored. Humans are naturally drawn to mystery, and the knowledge that powerful organizations act on invisible threats fuels both fascination and unease. The idea that governments prepare for events invisible to ordinary eyes, magnetic cataclysms, pole shifts, and anomalies that warp perception, reinforces the notion that Earth is alive with unseen forces and that our survival may depend as much on understanding these forces as on technology or diplomacy. In essence, the hidden preparations of governments and militaries suggest that the world's most powerful players recognize a truth long suspected by scientists and mystics alike. Earth's magnetic forces are not just a scientific curiosity, they are a planetary game-changer, capable of reshaping navigation, communication, perception, and even history itself. And while humanity at large remains largely unaware, Those in the shadows are quietly acting, building a safety net against the inevitable chaos lurking in the planet's magnetic heartbeat. Throughout history, humanity has marveled at the engineering feats of ancient civilizations, monuments that continue to defy explanation even with modern technology. The pyramids of Egypt, the megalithic temples of Malta, Stonehenge, and the vast structures of South America all raise a central question. How did ancient peoples construct such precise, durable monuments without cranes, computers, or modern surveying tools? One tantalizing answer lies not in lost machinery or alien intervention, but in an understanding of Earth's magnetic forces, encoded in the placement, orientation, and design of these structures. Consider the Great Pyramid of Giza, which aligns almost perfectly with true north. Conventional theories suggest meticulous astronomical observation or simple trial and error. However, detailed geophysical surveys have revealed subtle magnetic anomalies beneath the plateau where the pyramid sits. Some researchers propose that the Egyptians may have employed lodestones, naturally magnetized stones, to guide their measurements. These stones could interact with the Earth's magnetic field, providing an early form of compasses to align massive blocks with remarkable precision. The idea that ancient builders intuitively or intentionally worked with magnetic forces challenges the notion that they were merely observers of the stars. They may have been engineers of the invisible. Stonehenge offers another compelling example. Beyond its well-known solar alignments, magnetic surveys reveal unusual magnetism beneath the stone circle. Some stones themselves contain traces of natural magnetism, hinting that the placement of each monolith was influenced by forces imperceptible to the human eye. Experiments with modern lodestones suggest that even small magnetic fields could serve as alignment guides over short distances. Pilgrims and ritual participants may also have experienced subtle effects on perception, as walking within the circle could amplify sensations of balance, focus, and even spiritual awareness. Could this explain why Stonehenge feels so otherworldly, even today? Across the Mediterranean, the temples of Malta, some over 5,000 years old, display remarkable precision in their construction and orientation. Magnetic surveys reveal that certain temple sites correspond with minor magnetic peaks, suggesting the builders selected locations with unusual geomagnetic characteristics. Whether by accident or design, this could have enhanced their ability to measure angles, align megaliths, or even imbue the space with a subtle energetic quality recognized by worshippers. Archaeologists often marvel at the consistency of wall thickness, doorway height, and corbelling techniques, which may have been guided in part by these unseen forces. South America provides perhaps the most dramatic examples. The Nazca lines are often viewed solely as ceremonial or astronomical markers, but their locations frequently coincide with magnetic anomalies in the desert bedrock. Some researchers speculate that the Nazca deliberately mapped the magnetic field to create straight lines across impossible distances, using natural magnetism as a guide. Walking along these lines, modern visitors report strange sensations, tingling in the body, disorientation, and a sense of expanded consciousness, echoing what ancient shamans may have felt as they moved across these magnetic corridors. The Inca terraces and structures of Machu Picchu also reveal sophisticated placement in relation to magnetic readings. Some peaks, plazas, and temples rest on subtle geomagnetic highs, possibly chosen for structural stability or spiritual resonance. Certain stones in key locations display slight magnetism themselves, suggesting that the Inca may have recognized and harnessed these properties. Beyond practicality, this magnetic awareness could explain why these sites were considered sacred and why rituals conducted here seemed particularly potent. Even in Asia, Chinese imperial structures such as the Forbidden City appear to reflect geomagnetic considerations. The principles of feng shui, often dismissed as superstition, may encode intuitive knowledge of Earth's magnetic currents. Palaces, temples, and tombs were not placed randomly. They were aligned to flow with geomagnetic energy lines, optimizing both structural stability and spiritual resonance. Modern magnetic surveys reveal that several of these sites coincide with regions of geomagnetic disturbance, possibly enhancing the psychological and ceremonial impact of these spaces. Some researchers argue that these examples point to a lost science of magnetism, a body of knowledge that enabled ancient civilizations to manipulate stone, space, and energy in ways we are only beginning to understand. They may have recognized that magnetic anomalies could serve as natural compasses, guides for alignment, and even amplifiers of human perception or consciousness. If true, this knowledge would explain the global recurrence of precise alignments, unexplained engineering consistency, and the persistent otherworldly sensation felt at many ancient sites. The engineering implications are equally staggering. Modern constructions rely on surveying tools, lasers, and satellites to achieve precision. Ancient builders accomplished feats that rival these results using only human intuition, simple tools, and possibly the Earth's magnetic field. Megaliths weighing hundreds of tons were moved, leveled, and positioned with accuracy that defies conventional explanations. Could magnetism have been the invisible hand that guided these feats, allowing humans to work with forces beyond sight or comprehension? Even spiritual implications emerge. Sacred sites aligned with magnetic anomalies could have been deliberately chosen to enhance ritual experiences. Walking within Stonehenge, climbing the Great Pyramid, or performing ceremonies on Nazca lines may have induced subtle neurological effects, heightened awareness, or altered consciousness. The builders may have understood, consciously or intuitively, that magnetic fields influence human perception, an early intersection of science, spirituality, and architecture. Finally, the global pattern is impossible to ignore. From Europe to Africa, Asia to the Americas, ancient civilizations consistently constructed monumental sites on or near magnetic anomalies. While some argue this is coincidence, the repetition across time and space strongly suggests otherwise. Ancient people may have possessed a lost understanding of magnetism that guided construction, ritual, and even cosmology, leaving behind a legacy that modern science is only beginning to map. The evidence hints at a remarkable possibility. The invisible force of magnetism, long overlooked, was central to the achievements of human civilization. Ancient engineers may have harnessed Earth's magnetic heartbeat to move stones, align structures, and enhance human perception, creating monuments that continue to baffle, inspire, and mystify. In this light, magnetic anomalies are not merely a scientific curiosity, they are the hidden blueprint of history itself. Throughout the millennia, civilizations across the globe have left behind artifacts and structures that defy conventional explanation. From perfectly cut megaliths to inexplicable machinery, these remnants hint at a knowledge of natural forces that modern science is only beginning to rediscover. Among the most tantalizing possibilities is that ancient peoples possess the ability to manipulate magnetism, using it as a tool for construction, energy, navigation, and even ceremonial purposes. This section delves into the evidence, the theories, and the lingering mysteries surrounding these lost technologies. Consider the Baghdad Battery, an artifact discovered near modern-day Iraq, dating to around 250 BCE. Resembling a small clay jar with a copper cylinder and an iron rod, some researchers speculate that it could have functioned as a primitive galvanic cell. While its exact purpose is debated, one possibility is that it was used to generate small amounts of electrical energy. If so, it demonstrates that ancient people may have experimented with electromagnetic forces long before they were formally understood, hinting at a broader, now lost technological framework. In Europe, the Antikythera mechanism represents another astonishing example. This ancient Greek device, often described as the world's first analog computer, could predict eclipses, lunar cycles, and planetary movements with extraordinary precision. Recent studies suggest it may have incorporated elements of magnetism or knowledge of natural forces to regulate motion and maintain accuracy. The sophistication of its gears and calibrations raises questions. Did the Greeks stumble upon a hidden understanding of energy manipulation, including magnetism, or did they inherit knowledge from an earlier, forgotten civilization? Across Asia, enigmatic tools and constructions suggest an intimate understanding of magnetic principles. Ancient Chinese texts describe lodestones used to guide ships and measure direction, a knowledge often attributed to fortune-telling or ritual but likely rooted in empirical experimentation. These magnetic compasses enabled explorers to traverse vast distances with unprecedented accuracy. However, some archaeological evidence hints that these devices may have had broader applications, possibly in energy harnessing or in constructing precise structures in alignment with the Earth's magnetic grid. In South America, the Inca and pre-Inca civilizations demonstrated engineering that suggests magnetic awareness. At sites like Sacsayhuaman, massive stones were fitted together with astonishing precision, sometimes so tight that even a knife blade cannot penetrate the joints. While traditional theories propose labor-intensive trial and error, some researchers suggest that the builders may have employed magnetic or vibrational techniques to maneuver stones, using subtle forces to guide alignment, reduce friction, or even levitate blocks temporarily. Though speculative, these ideas align with accounts of other ancient cultures who appear to have understood and applied invisible natural forces in construction. Megalithic sites in Europe, such as Karnak in France, present similar mysteries. Rows of standing stones stretch for miles, aligned in patterns that suggest astronomical and geomagnetic awareness. Many stones themselves contain traces of natural magnetism, raising the possibility that ancient builders selected, positioned, or even magnetically tuned these monoliths for ritual, energy conduction, or navigational purposes. Some experimental researchers have replicated minor stone movements using magnetic fields, demonstrating that these forces could have been subtly exploited in ways that left little trace of the original method. Beyond architecture, ancient texts hint at practical applications of magnetism. Vedic scriptures in India, Egyptian hieroglyphs, and Babylonian tablets reference hidden forces, flowing energies, or celestial currents that influence both the physical and spiritual worlds. While interpreted symbolically by many scholars, these writings could encode empirical knowledge of magnetic or electromagnetic phenomena. Rituals, construction practices, and astronomical observations may all reflect an ancient integration of science and mysticism, suggesting a culture where magnetism was understood as a tool rather than a mystery. Artifacts such as the London hammer, found encased in millions of years old rock, and the precise metalwork of the Nazi-era orichalcum coins further challenge conventional chronology. These discoveries hint at a forgotten lineage of technology that predates written records, raising questions about whether knowledge of magnetism and energy manipulation was more widespread than previously believed. If so, the loss of this knowledge may represent one of history's greatest intellectual tragedies, a body of practical science erased by time, conquest, or cataclysm. Even modern experiments lend credence to these theories. Researchers using magnets to manipulate stone slabs and vibrational energy have demonstrated that, under the right conditions, heavy megaliths can be moved, levitated, or aligned with surprising accuracy. While contemporary science often approaches these experiments skeptically, they reveal that what we call ancient mystery may be technologically feasible using principles that our ancestors could have discovered empirically. The implications are staggering. If ancient civilizations could harness magnetism intentionally, it would explain not only architectural precision but also patterns in global sacred sites, the consistency of astronomical alignments, and the repeated placement of monuments along magnetic anomalies. Magnetism may have served as an invisible infrastructure connecting construction, ritual, and navigation, a technological web invisible to modern eyes but integral to the fabric of ancient life. Moreover, this lost knowledge could have been applied to energy generation, communication, or even consciousness. Certain researchers speculate that magnetic structures in sacred spaces may have enhanced perception, facilitated ritual trances, or served as conduits for energy, essentially creating a magnetic grid that augmented both physical and spiritual capabilities. Walking within the great monuments of antiquity may have induced effects that are subtle yet profound, aligning human experience with the natural rhythms of the earth. The enduring mystery, then, is not just how ancient civilizations built extraordinary structures, but why they consistently applied principles that resonate with Earth's magnetic forces. Were these techniques discovered independently across cultures, suggesting a universal understanding, or did a now-lost global civilization pass down this knowledge? And if so, could the secrets of magnetism, and the tools to manipulate it, ever be recovered, offering insights into both ancient wisdom and modern science? Ancient mastery of magnetism, whether fully understood or partially intuitive, leaves behind a trail of puzzles, patterns, and anomalies that modern archaeology continues to struggle with. From tools like the Baghdad battery to monuments perfectly aligned with invisible forces, it seems clear that humans once wielded magnetic knowledge deliberately. The challenge now is to reconstruct that lost technology, to understand not only how our ancestors built these wonders, but also what they understood about the invisible energies shaping the world around them. For centuries, researchers and mystics alike have noted that many of the world's most extraordinary ancient sites appear to be connected by invisible threads. From the pyramids of Giza to Stonehenge, from the temples of Angkor Wat to the Nazca Lines, monuments often align in ways that suggest a deliberate global network. Modern studies have proposed that these alignments may reflect ley lines, straight paths or networks following Earth's geomagnetic currents, acting as channels of energy that link sacred, ceremonial, or technologically significant sites. The concept, once dismissed as pseudoscience, gains credibility when examined alongside evidence of magnetic anomalies and ancient knowledge of Earth's magnetic field. Ley lines were first proposed in the early 20th century by Alfred Watkins, who noticed alignments of standing stones and ancient monuments across the English countryside. While his observations were initially considered mere coincidence, further research revealed patterns repeating across continents. Sites in Egypt, Europe, the Americas, and Asia often align along great circles or straight paths that correspond to geomagnetic features, fault lines, or mineral-rich zones. Some of these alignments intersect magnetic anomalies or regions where Earth's geomagnetic field behaves unusually, suggesting that ancient builders may have intentionally used these invisible forces to guide construction. In Europe, Stonehenge serves as a prime example. Not only does it align with solstices, but its position coincides with a subtle magnetic peak in the region. Other nearby megaliths, including the Avebury complex, create a network that mirrors underlying geomagnetic currents. Walking along these alignments, some modern visitors report a heightened sense of energy, changes in perception, or even subtle physical effects, evidence that these sites may have been consciously positioned along Earth's energetic grid. Moving to South America, the Nazca lines again demonstrate a connection to magnetic anomalies. Many lines and geoglyphs trace paths that seem to correspond not only to astronomical markers but also to regions of geomagnetic intensity. Scholars have noted that straight lines often intersect with points where magnetic readings are unusually strong or weak, suggesting that the builders had an understanding of magnetic flow across the desert landscape. This alignment may have served ritual, navigational, or even energy-conductive purposes, essentially integrating the landscape itself into a vast grid of influence. In Asia, sacred sites of India, including Vishnu temples and megalithic sites in Karnataka, often lie along linear paths aligned with regional magnetic anomalies. Ancient texts reference currents of energy or prana flowing through the earth, and while many dismiss these as metaphorical, it is plausible that they observed natural magnetic phenomena, codifying them as spiritual principles. Temples were constructed to harness these flows, facilitating rituals, enhancing meditation, or channeling perceived energy towards ceremonial objectives. The Americas provide further examples of ley-like networks. In Peru, Machu Picchu and other Incan sites appear connected along paths corresponding to geomagnetic gradients. Some researchers suggest these alignments were more than practical. They may have been intended to create a planetary energy network, linking sacred centers with invisible threads of magnetism and spiritual resonance. The precision of these alignments, repeated across different civilizations, implies knowledge of the Earth's energetic structure that transcends mere coincidence. Africa also exhibits ley-like patterns. The alignment of Great Zimbabwe, the pyramids of Egypt, and the Nabta Playa stone circles in the Sahara suggest deliberate placement along paths that may coincide with geomagnetic flows. These alignments often intersect rivers, mineral-rich deposits, or other naturally significant features, hinting at a holistic understanding of terrain, magnetism, and celestial influence. Such networks could have functioned as energy conduits, ceremonial pathways, or practical guides for early travelers and builders. The concept of a global magnetic energy grid becomes even more compelling when we consider the role of magnetic anomalies. Magnetic peaks and troughs create measurable distortions in compasses, disrupt electronics, and even affect biological processes. Ancient builders may have leveraged these subtle variations to guide construction, orientation, and ceremonial practices. Sites aligned along these grids could act as amplifiers, focusing energy, guiding perception, or enabling forms of communication, technological, spiritual, or both, that we barely understand today. Ley lines also appear to intersect with known zones of UFO sightings and paranormal activity. Hessdalen Valley in Norway, Marfa Lights in Texas, and other anomalous zones often coincide with magnetic peaks that lie along ancient alignments. While the full implications remain speculative, the overlap suggests that Earth's magnetic currents may serve as invisible highways or focal points for both natural and unknown phenomena. Ancient civilizations may have recognized this, situating sacred and technologically advanced sites along these pathways to harness or observe these forces. Furthermore, some experimental researchers claim that standing stones and megaliths positioned along ley lines can produce measurable electromagnetic effects. When stones are arranged in specific configurations atop magnetic anomalies, energy readings often spike, suggesting intentional manipulation. These experiments lend credence to the idea that ancient cultures integrated magnetism, geometry, and site selection into a cohesive system, an energy network connecting the most important centers of human civilization. Even the myths and spiritual traditions of various cultures hint at the awareness of these global currents. Concepts of dragon lines in China, Tiwanaku energy corridors in Bolivia, and paths of the gods in Polynesia all describe invisible networks of power crisscrossing the Earth. Modern science may frame them as geomagnetic lines, energy grids, or anomalies, but the repeated narrative across cultures suggests that humans have long recognized a hidden framework beneath the surface of the world. In summary, ley lines and global magnetic grids provide a tantalizing explanation for patterns that span continents, cultures, and millennia. They reveal a world where sacred sites, technological feats, and even anomalies in perception and energy are not isolated phenomena but interconnected nodes in an invisible lattice of Earth's forces. The consistent alignment of monuments along these lines, combined with magnetic anomalies and reports of energy effects, suggests that ancient civilizations understood something fundamental. The Earth itself is alive with invisible currents, and mastery of these currents could shape not only structures but consciousness itself. The implications are profound. If ancient civilizations mapped and utilized magnetic currents intentionally, it suggests a level of technological and spiritual sophistication that rivals or exceeds modern understanding. It may also explain why our greatest monuments continue to resonate with mystery, energy, and awe. They were constructed not just in physical space, but within the magnetic web of the Earth itself, integrating the seen and unseen into a unified design. Across the tapestry of human history, there exists a thread of forbidden knowledge, wisdom seemingly lost, suppressed, or deliberately hidden from the broader population. Often, this knowledge intersects with reports of magnetic anomalies, suggesting that ancient civilizations may have developed advanced technologies that leveraged Earth's magnetic forces in ways modern science still struggles to understand. From megalithic engineering to energy generation and even navigation across vast distances, evidence hints at a civilization or lineage of knowledge that understood magnetism far beyond what we typically credit to the ancients. One of the most compelling examples comes from Egypt. The Great Pyramid of Giza, along with other pyramids on the Giza Plateau, not only exhibits precise alignment with true north but is also positioned atop subtle magnetic anomalies. Researchers have noted that the granite used in construction contains trace amounts of magnetite, a naturally magnetic mineral. Some theorists suggest that these magnetic properties could have been intentionally utilized to manipulate energy, stabilize the structure, or even generate a form of resonance-based power. While mainstream archaeology attributes these features to aesthetic or symbolic considerations, the possibility of an ancient understanding of geomagnetic energy raises provocative questions about lost technological capabilities. The ancient city of Teotihuacan in Mexico presents another enigma. Its central avenue, the Avenue of the Dead, aligns precisely with certain magnetic and celestial markers. The massive pyramids of the Sun and Moon sit atop geological features exhibiting unusual magnetism, suggesting that the site may have been selected not only for visual or ceremonial purposes but for its energetic properties. Some researchers posit that the alignment of structures with magnetic currents could have enhanced ritualistic practices, amplified human consciousness, or even facilitated forms of energy transfer that remain mysterious to this day. In South America, the Nazca lines again emerge as a crucial piece of the puzzle. Geoglyphs stretching for miles across the desert correspond not only with astronomical patterns but with zones of geomagnetic variance. Ancient builders may have intentionally mapped these magnetic flows, creating long lines, shapes, and animal forms that harnessed or reflected Earth's invisible currents. Some suggest that these lines acted as a grid, capable of conducting energy across the landscape or serving as a map to align other technologically or spiritually significant sites. Reports of anomalous sensations experienced by modern visitors, tingling, disorientation, heightened perception, may offer clues that the ancients were manipulating forces that still affect human neurology. The Baghdad battery and other electrochemical artifacts demonstrate that some civilizations experimented with electricity and magnetism. While the precise use of the Baghdad battery remains debated, it is plausible that such devices were components of a broader system of energy harnessing. When combined with the positioning of temples, pyramids, and megaliths on magnetic anomalies, a pattern emerges. Ancient peoples may have intentionally designed both tools and structures to interact with natural forces in ways we are only beginning to comprehend. Megalithic sites in Europe, including Karnak, Stonehenge, and Avebury, also suggest the intentional application of magnetic knowledge. Stones containing natural magnetism are positioned along precise alignments, some matching ley lines or astronomical markers. Experimental studies have shown that subtle magnetic fields can affect both physical alignment and human perception, suggesting that builders may have been exploiting these forces to achieve architectural precision and to influence consciousness. Such applications would have constituted advanced technology for the time, a form of engineering that integrated geomagnetism, architecture, and possibly ritual. The concept of forbidden knowledge becomes even more intriguing when examining textual and mythological records. Ancient texts from Egypt, Sumer, India, and China describe hidden powers, energies of the earth, or currents flowing unseen, often in contexts that suggest practical application rather than purely spiritual symbolism. The Vedic texts, for instance, describe devices called vimanas, capable of flying, powered by mysterious energy sources. While many dismiss these accounts as myth, the repeated association of advanced capabilities with knowledge of invisible forces, including magnetism, cannot be entirely ignored. Could these stories be encoded memories of real technologies that exploited magnetic or electromagnetic principles? The Orion correlation theory suggests that many pyramids, temples, and megalithic structures were aligned to celestial bodies, but magnetic considerations may also have played a role. Some researchers argue that these alignments are too precise to be coincidental, implying that ancients had not only astronomical knowledge but also an understanding of geomagnetic currents and their effects on large-scale construction. Combining celestial observation with magnetic awareness could have allowed civilizations to create monuments that were both technologically functional and spiritually resonant. Even the precision of stone carving, seen in Peru's Sacsayhuaman or Baalbek's massive megaliths, points to lost technological capabilities. Modern experiments suggest that manipulating large stones with minimal tools might be feasible using magnetism or vibrational energy to reduce friction, stabilize positioning, or create controlled levitation. The ancients may have had an empirical understanding of these methods, lost through the millennia due to natural disasters, cultural collapse, or deliberate suppression of knowledge. Some theorists also link magnetic anomalies to reports of UFO sightings and unexplained aerial phenomena. Many ancient monuments sit atop zones where modern observers report electromagnetic disturbances, suggesting that advanced civilizations, or perhaps otherworldly visitors, recognized and leveraged magnetic energy for transport, communication, or observation. While controversial, these correlations reinforce the notion that certain knowledge, especially related to magnetism and energy manipulation, was highly guarded or lost to mainstream historical records. Ultimately, the convergence of architecture, artifacts, myths, and magnetic anomalies suggests the existence of forbidden knowledge, a set of principles and techniques allowing ancient civilizations to harness Earth's invisible energies for practical and possibly spiritual purposes. Whether this knowledge has been lost to time, deliberately suppressed, or simply forgotten, the evidence implies that our ancestors understood magnetism in ways that rival, and in some cases surpass, modern comprehension. The challenge today is reconstructing this knowledge. Archaeology alone cannot fully explain the alignment of monuments, the precision of megalithic construction, or the placement of ancient artifacts in magnetic zones. To uncover the truth, researchers must integrate geology, geomagnetism, archaeology, and experimental physics, bridging the gap between ancient wisdom and modern science. If successful, we may begin to recover the forbidden technologies that allowed ancient peoples to manipulate magnetism, construct extraordinary monuments, and achieve feats that continue to defy explanation. In the modern era, the study of magnetic anomalies has evolved from speculative curiosity to a rigorous field of scientific inquiry. Geophysicists, archaeologists, and physicists have begun to map magnetic deviations with unprecedented precision, revealing not only the hidden structures beneath the Earth's surface but also subtle, sometimes perplexing effects on human perception, consciousness, and technology. What was once relegated to folklore and fringe theory is now increasingly documented through empirical research, highlighting an intersection between ancient observation, geomagnetic forces, and modern science that is both profound and disquieting. Magnetic anomalies occur when localized variations in the Earth's magnetic field are present, often caused by the distribution of magnetic minerals, tectonic structures, or residual effects from past geomagnetic events. These anomalies can be found worldwide, from the South Atlantic Anomaly, which affects satellites and spacecraft, to ancient sites like Stonehenge, Nazca, and the Great Pyramid, where subtle geomagnetic peaks coincide with human-made constructions. Scientists use magnetometers, satellite mapping, and ground-penetrating radar to chart these deviations, revealing patterns that sometimes correspond to ancient monuments, suggesting deliberate site selection. The precision with which these sites align with geomagnetic currents remains a subject of both fascination and debate. One of the most intriguing areas of modern research is the impact of magnetic anomalies on human consciousness and perception. Studies in neuropsychology and geomagnetism suggest that fluctuations in the Earth's magnetic field can influence brain activity, mood, and even cognitive performance. Experiments involving exposure to weak magnetic fields have shown measurable effects on neural oscillations, indicating that our brains may be sensitive to variations in the Earth's electromagnetic environment. This raises the possibility that ancient builders, consciously or intuitively, positioned sacred or ceremonial sites atop magnetic anomalies to induce altered states of awareness, enhancing meditation, ritual, or communal cohesion. Modern neuroscience has further explored the link between geomagnetic activity and human biology. For example, Some researchers have documented correlations between geomagnetic storms and changes in heart rate variability, blood pressure, and sleep patterns. In extreme cases, strong geomagnetic events have been associated with increased incidences of migraine, dizziness, or disorientation. These effects mirror reports from historical accounts in which individuals describe heightened sensitivity, trance states, or spiritual experiences near sacred sites, implying that human perception may indeed be subtly modulated by geomagnetic energy. Technologically, magnetic anomalies have both practical and disruptive effects. Navigation systems relying on compasses or magnetometers can experience errors when passing through magnetic peaks or anomalies, a phenomenon documented in polar regions, deserts, and other geologically active zones. Even modern GPS satellites must account for geomagnetic interference to maintain accuracy. Additionally, research into electromagnetic pulses and geomagnetic storms demonstrates that intense magnetic activity can disrupt power grids, communications, and satellite operations, a reality that ancient civilizations would not have faced in the same way but may have intuitively understood as a natural force to respect and harness. Laboratories today conduct controlled experiments simulating the effects of geomagnetic fluctuations on human subjects. Findings reveal that even slight changes in field intensity can influence spatial orientation, visual perception, and temporal awareness. These results may help explain why ancient sites such as Machu Picchu, Karnak, and Teotihuacan are associated with extraordinary sensory experiences. Walking among massive stones aligned with magnetic currents could subtly alter balance, visual processing, or even emotional states, creating an immersive environment designed to connect humans with invisible forces. Another area of modern study involves the interaction of magnetic anomalies with geological and hydrological features. Researchers have found that underground water streams, mineral deposits, and fault lines can amplify local magnetic fields, creating pockets of intensified energy. Ancient civilizations may have recognized these zones as optimal for settlement, construction, or ritual. In some cases, the choice of building sites atop such anomalies could have provided structural advantages, energy amplification for ritual practices, or even a conduit for communication and signaling across vast distances. Satellite technology has further enhanced our understanding of magnetic anomalies. Observations from NASA and the European Space Agency show that anomalies are not static. They shift over time, influenced by solar activity, tectonic movement, and the dynamics of the Earth's molten core. This revelation implies that ancient knowledge of these forces may have been empirical, relying on careful observation and long-term record-keeping. For a civilization that repeatedly constructed monuments along magnetic peaks, such awareness would have been invaluable for maintaining alignment, precision, and possibly even energy efficiency. Modern experiments also explore the potential for harnessing geomagnetic energy. Researchers in experimental physics have investigated the ability to generate electrical currents from magnetic gradients, echoing ancient devices such as the Baghdad battery or hypothesized electromagnetic applications in megalithic sites. While these experiments are still largely exploratory, they provide tantalizing evidence that magnetism could have served as a source of practical energy in ancient times, a forbidden technology lost to history but glimpsed through the alignment of structures and anomalous artifacts. Finally, interdisciplinary studies combining archaeology, geomagnetism, and consciousness research suggest that the effects of magnetic anomalies may have been intentional, both technologically and spiritually. Ancient cultures may have understood, through observation or ritual, that positioning structures along magnetic lines could create predictable effects on human perception and activity. Whether these insights were codified as ritual knowledge, engineering practice, or spiritual law, the interplay of magnetism, architecture, and consciousness presents a profound link between natural forces and human culture. In essence, modern scientific investigations are uncovering a hidden dimension to the Earth itself, a network of magnetic currents that subtly shapes both the physical and cognitive world. The alignment of ancient monuments, reports of altered perception, and technological remnants all converge to suggest that magnetism was not merely a natural phenomenon to be observed but a tool to be harnessed. Today, as we measure, map, and experiment, we are beginning to glimpse the extraordinary depth of ancient knowledge, bridging the gap between myth, archaeology, and science in ways that challenge everything we thought we knew about our past and our relationship to the Earth's invisible forces. Magnetic anomalies are not just curiosities for scientists. They exert profound effects on living organisms, influencing behavior, physiology, and even migratory patterns. From birds navigating thousands of miles to humans reporting subtle changes in perception near geomagnetic hotspots, these invisible forces shape the natural world in ways we are only beginning to understand. Ancient civilizations, keen observers of their environment, may have recognized these effects, integrating magnetic awareness into agriculture, architecture, ritual, and cultural practice. One of the most studied phenomena is magnetoreception, the ability of animals to detect and navigate using the Earth's magnetic field. Birds, such as homing pigeons and migratory species like the Arctic tern, rely on geomagnetic cues to traverse vast distances with remarkable precision. Sea turtles, salmon, and even certain insects exhibit similar behaviors, orienting themselves based on subtle magnetic gradients. Modern experiments demonstrate that these creatures can detect changes as small as a few microteslas, suggesting a level of sensitivity that humans generally lack but may have been partially accessible to ancient peoples through observation and experience. Interestingly, magnetic anomalies appear to amplify these effects, creating zones where animal behavior is noticeably altered. Researchers have documented strange migratory deviations, increased nesting activity, and unusual orientation patterns in birds and marine life near magnetic highs or lows. In ancient times, such locations may have been considered sacred or unusual, attracting ritual attention and reinforcing their perceived spiritual or energetic significance. A temple or ceremonial site built atop a magnetic anomaly would thus not only influence humans but also interact with the natural world, creating an environment charged with symbolic and practical meaning. Humans, too, are affected by geomagnetic fluctuations, though in subtler ways. Studies in bioelectromagnetics suggest that magnetic fields can influence brainwave patterns, mood, circadian rhythms, and even hormone production. For instance, exposure to fluctuating magnetic fields has been linked to changes in melatonin secretion, which affects sleep cycles and neurological function. Some people report disorientation, vertigo, or heightened perception when near magnetic anomalies, experiences that could explain reports of spiritual energy or trance-like states in sacred sites throughout history. It is plausible that ancient cultures deliberately built temples, shrines, or observatories atop these zones to amplify human perception or facilitate altered states of consciousness. The Nazca lines in Peru, for example, may illustrate this principle. Geoglyphs laid out across the desert floor coincide with subtle geomagnetic peaks, and travelers along these lines often report tingling sensations, dizziness, or a profound sense of connection to the landscape. Such effects could have been intentionally harnessed in ritual, guiding initiates through spiritual journeys, or used to focus communal energy during ceremonial activities. Similarly, the pyramids of Egypt, with their placement atop magnetic anomalies, could have influenced not only structural stability but also the neurological and emotional state of participants in religious rites. Animals may have played a more practical role in ancient understanding of magnetism as well. Domesticated livestock, migratory birds, and even honeybees exhibit orientation and behavior sensitive to geomagnetic fluctuations. Farmers and herders likely observed these patterns over generations, incorporating them into agricultural calendars, ritual practices, and even city planning. Aligning settlements or ceremonial sites with magnetic flows could optimize food production, animal behavior, and human activity, demonstrating a sophisticated empirical understanding of the natural forces at play. The environmental effects of magnetic anomalies extend beyond animals and humans to the geophysical landscape itself. Magnetic peaks often correspond with mineral deposits, underground water streams, and fault lines, creating zones rich in resources and potentially more stable for construction. Ancient engineers may have selected these sites not only for their spiritual or energetic qualities but for their practical advantages: access to metals, water, and stable terrain. The dual benefit of resource optimization and energetic resonance could explain why so many ancient monuments cluster along magnetic anomalies worldwide. Even contemporary research reinforces these links. Geomagnetic activity has been correlated with changes in plant growth, seed germination, and ecological patterns, suggesting that entire ecosystems respond to magnetic forces. For ancient peoples, this would have been observable over time, reinforcing the sacredness or utility of magnetic hotspots. Temples, shrines, and megaliths located in such zones may have functioned as focal points where environmental, human, and spiritual forces converged, effectively creating microcosms of interaction between Earth's magnetic field and life itself. The interplay between magnetic anomalies and human biology is also evident in anecdotal and historical accounts. In regions like Hessdalen Valley in Norway or the Marfa Lights in Texas, residents report unexplained sensations, changes in perception, and sometimes health effects associated with localized magnetic anomalies. Ancient cultures may have recognized similar zones, codifying their knowledge in myths, rituals, and architectural practice, treating these locations as portals of energy or insight. The recurring placement of sacred sites along magnetic anomalies suggests intentionality, highlighting a profound, empirically derived awareness of how Earth's forces impact both human and ecological systems. Ultimately, magnetic anomalies influenced not only the natural world but also the trajectory of human culture. By observing the effects on animals, humans, and the environment, ancient civilizations could select optimal sites for habitation, ritual, and monument building. The convergence of ecological observation, spiritual interpretation, and technological application suggests that magnetic knowledge was deeply integrated into daily life, informing architecture, agriculture, and the design of sacred spaces. The evidence underscores a remarkable truth. Earth's magnetic field is not a passive backdrop but an active participant in the drama of life. By interacting with it, consciously or intuitively, ancient humans achieved feats of architecture, navigation, and ritual that resonate with mystery even today. The subtle, pervasive influence of magnetic anomalies on biology and ecology may have been one of the most powerful tools at their disposal, shaping culture, perception, and the very course of civilization itself. Long before the age of exploration, evidence suggests that ancient civilizations may have navigated oceans and traversed continents with precision that rivals modern seafaring technology. Central to this mystery is the possible use of magnetic anomalies and geomagnetic knowledge as a navigational tool. From Polynesian voyagers to Mediterranean traders, and possibly even prehistoric global travelers, magnetic awareness could have guided maritime journeys, enabling early humans to traverse vast distances, map coastlines, and establish trade networks in ways that mainstream history struggles to explain. The Polynesians offer perhaps the clearest example of early magnetic navigation. Using stars, ocean currents, wave patterns, and bird behavior, Polynesian sailors colonized islands across thousands of miles of the Pacific. Some researchers suggest that these navigators also possessed an implicit understanding of Earth's magnetic field. Observations of floating debris, migratory patterns of birds, and subtle anomalies in sea currents may have provided magnetic cues, allowing them to maintain orientation over open water. While there are no written records, oral traditions describe remarkable knowledge of environmental forces, suggesting a sophisticated system that integrated geomagnetic awareness with celestial and ecological observations. In the Mediterranean, ancient seafaring civilizations, including the Phoenicians, Egyptians, and Greeks, exhibited advanced maritime capabilities. Historical accounts indicate that Phoenician ships circumnavigated Africa long before modern explorers. Some artifacts, such as lodestones or magnetized compasses, suggest that these cultures may have harnessed magnetic forces to aid navigation. Even if rudimentary compared to modern technology, the consistent alignment of ancient ports, harbors, and coastal settlements along geomagnetic corridors implies a deliberate strategy, selecting sites that aligned with magnetic currents to facilitate travel and trade. Evidence of transoceanic contact in pre-Columbian times adds another layer of mystery. Artifacts, plant species, and cultural motifs found across distant continents suggest that global voyages occurred long before Columbus or the Vikings. Some scholars propose that these journeys were guided by an understanding of magnetic fields, allowing sailors to maintain orientation across oceans without modern instruments. The placement of certain megalithic sites and ceremonial complexes along magnetic anomalies may have served as markers or waypoints, guiding travelers along invisible corridors of geomagnetic energy. The Viking navigators of northern Europe, though much later, provide a historical analogue for understanding ancient magnetic knowledge. Vikings used the sunstone, a type of polarizing crystal, to locate the sun on cloudy days, and likely had an intuitive understanding of magnetic forces when navigating the North Atlantic. Similar techniques, albeit less documented, may have existed in earlier civilizations, where geomagnetic currents, combined with astronomical observation, allowed precise navigation over long distances. The repetition of this knowledge across disparate cultures suggests either independent discovery or the transmission of a now-lost corpus of navigational expertise. Ancient texts hint at this knowledge as well. Egyptian hieroglyphs, Indian Vedic writings, and Chinese classics refer to invisible currents, flowing energies, or paths of the gods that guide movement and direction. While often interpreted symbolically, these descriptions could reflect empirical observation of magnetic forces used for travel. Ships, monuments, and ritual pathways may have been deliberately aligned along these currents to maximize orientation, stability, and efficiency, a testament to an integrated system of technology, observation, and geomagnetic understanding. Archaeological finds lend weight to these theories. Magnetic anomalies have been detected near ancient harbor sites in the Mediterranean and South America, suggesting intentional placement to aid maritime activities. At certain coastal sites, unusual magnetic readings may have served as natural compasses, guiding ships safely to shore or assisting in long-distance voyages. In some cases, aligned stone markers, mounds, or cairns may have amplified or indicated these magnetic currents, creating terrestrial waypoints that complemented celestial navigation. Even the placement of sacred sites along coastlines may have been influenced by magnetic knowledge. Temples, observatories, and megalithic constructions often coincide with magnetic highs or lows, creating landmarks that could serve both spiritual and practical purposes. Sailors approaching from sea could use these markers to maintain orientation, while ritual activities may have been designed to harness subtle magnetic effects, integrating navigation, energy, and culture into a single system. Experimental reconstructions of ancient navigation suggest that magnetic awareness could dramatically enhance the accuracy of long-distance travel. Simple lodestones or magnetized tools, when combined with empirical knowledge of the local geomagnetic field, can enable sailors to maintain course even in the absence of visible stars or landmarks. This aligns with accounts of ancient mariners reaching distant shores reliably, establishing trade, and even influencing civilizations across continents without leaving conventional written records. Finally, the global pattern is striking. Across the Pacific, Atlantic, Indian Oceans, and along the Mediterranean, magnetic anomalies intersect with archaeological evidence of ancient ports, trade routes, and settlements. This consistent correlation suggests a profound understanding of Earth's magnetic grid, applied to facilitate exploration, commerce, and cultural exchange long before modern technology made navigation scientifically precise. In conclusion, ancient navigation was likely far more sophisticated than commonly recognized. By observing, harnessing, and responding to magnetic anomalies, early civilizations achieved feats of maritime exploration that challenge our assumptions about pre-modern travel. Magnetic currents, in combination with environmental observation and experimental knowledge, provided an invisible framework for global voyages, enabling ancient peoples to traverse oceans, establish connections between continents, and spread both technology and culture across the world. This hidden understanding of geomagnetic forces, once considered forbidden knowledge, may have been one of the most critical factors in the expansion and survival of early civilizations. Across the globe, ancient civilizations appear to have designed their most sacred spaces with an understanding of magnetic anomalies and their subtle effects on human consciousness. From stone circles in Europe to pyramids in Egypt, from South American temples to Asian sacred sites, there is compelling evidence that rituals, ceremonies, and spiritual practices were deliberately conducted in areas where the Earth's magnetic field fluctuates. These locations were not chosen randomly. They seem to have been selected to amplify spiritual experience, focus energy, and create profound psychological and physiological effects on participants. Stonehenge provides a clear example. Beyond its alignment with solstices and lunar events, detailed magnetic surveys reveal that the site sits atop a localized geomagnetic peak. Experimental studies show that magnetic fields can subtly influence human perception, balance, and mood. Participants entering Stonehenge may have experienced heightened focus, altered time perception, or sensations of awe and transcendence. For ancient druids or ritual leaders, this would have been a powerful tool, allowing ceremonies to create collective experiences that felt otherworldly, connecting participants to the invisible forces of the earth. In Egypt, the Great Pyramid of Giza and the surrounding plateau reveal similar patterns. The pyramid's precise alignment with true north and their placement atop magnetic anomalies may have been intended to enhance the spiritual potency of burial rites, initiations, or celestial observations. Priests and pharaohs conducting ceremonies could have benefited from subtle magnetic influences on human neurology, potentially enhancing meditation, trance states, or ritual precision. Some researchers even suggest that the pyramids themselves functioned as energetic amplifiers, channeling geomagnetic currents into controlled spaces where sacred knowledge could be accessed more effectively. South America offers striking examples as well. In Peru, sites such as Machu Picchu, Ollantaytambo, and Sacsayhuaman exhibit construction aligned with geomagnetic variations. Sacred plazas, temples, and terraces are not randomly placed. They coincide with areas where magnetic intensity is higher or more variable. Rituals performed in these zones, such as offerings, dances, or astronomical observations, may have been enhanced by the Earth's magnetic energy, creating heightened states of awareness among participants. Modern visitors often report tingling sensations, dizziness, or an uncanny sense of presence, echoing experiences that may have been deliberately cultivated for spiritual or ceremonial purposes. Ancient India provides another dimension to this phenomenon. Vedic texts, along with archaeological evidence from sites such as Mohenjo-Daro and later Hindu temples, suggest careful attention to spatial alignment and geomagnetic orientation. Temples, altars, and sacred halls were positioned along what could be interpreted as magnetic lines or zones of energy. Rituals conducted in these spaces, chanting, fire ceremonies, and meditation, may have been designed to resonate with subtle magnetic currents, influencing the practitioner's consciousness and creating a bridge between the material and spiritual realms. Even smaller megalithic and ceremonial sites exhibit similar intentionality. In Europe, the Carnac stones in France, as well as scattered stone circles in Ireland and Scotland, are placed along geomagnetic corridors. These alignments may have served multiple purposes: astronomical observation, social cohesion, and the induction of altered mental states during ceremonies. By situating sacred activities along geomagnetic highs or lows, ancient cultures could harness the Earth's energy to enhance perception, ritual efficacy, and symbolic power. The link between magnetic anomalies and human biology is critical in understanding these practices. Magnetic fields influence brainwave activity, mood, and neurological function, potentially facilitating trance states, heightened focus, or even visionary experiences. Ancient ritual spaces positioned along magnetic anomalies would naturally create environments conducive to altered states of consciousness, allowing priests, shamans, or initiates to access what was considered divine knowledge or mystical insight. Furthermore, magnetic anomalies may have contributed to collective experiences during ceremonies. Groups of participants standing or moving within areas of altered geomagnetic intensity could have shared synchronized physiological responses, heart rate, brainwave patterns, and emotional resonance, enhancing the sense of communal spiritual connection. Rituals designed with this understanding would have created a profound sense of unity, reinforcing social cohesion, spiritual authority, and the perceived power of sacred sites. In addition to human effects, animals may have been incorporated into ceremonial spaces. Birds, bees, and other magnetically sensitive creatures could behave differently in magnetic hotspots, contributing to the atmosphere of ritual, signaling auspicious timing, or even participating in symbolic representations of Earth's energies. The interaction between humans, animals, and geomagnetic forces would create a multi-layered ceremonial environment, integrating natural, spiritual, and psychological dimensions. Some researchers suggest that these practices were part of a global system of ritualized geomagnetic interaction, where sacred sites, magnetic anomalies, and ceremonial activities formed an interconnected web. By aligning temples, circles, and pyramids along magnetic currents, ancient civilizations may have created a network of energetic nodes, linking human consciousness to the Earth itself. Rituals were therefore not just symbolic acts, they were deliberate engagements with invisible forces, combining technology, environment, and spiritual practice into a unified system. Finally, myths, oral traditions, and sacred texts reinforce this understanding. Across cultures, references to energy flows, lines of power, or spiritual currents often coincide with areas of magnetic anomaly. While interpreted metaphorically by many modern scholars, these accounts may encode practical knowledge of geomagnetic effects on both humans and the natural world. Ancient rituals, in this light, can be seen as sophisticated experiments in consciousness and energy, carefully designed to interact with Earth's hidden forces. In essence, the intersection of magnetic anomalies and ritual practice reveals a remarkable depth of ancient understanding. Sacred spaces were deliberately aligned with geomagnetic peaks and troughs to influence perception, amplify spiritual experience, and connect humans to invisible forces. These practices demonstrate that ancient civilizations were not only keen observers of nature but also adept manipulators of subtle energies, creating rituals and ceremonial environments that resonate with both the physical and spiritual dimensions of our world. As we reach the culmination of this extraordinary journey, one fact emerges with startling clarity: the history we thought we knew is only part of the story. Across continents and millennia, humans have left behind traces of profound understanding. Monuments, artifacts, and texts that suggest a deliberate mastery of invisible forces, particularly magnetism. From the pyramids of Egypt to the Nazca lines of Peru, from the megalithic stone circles of Europe to the sacred temples of Asia, evidence points to a world where magnetic anomalies, energy currents, and advanced technology were integral to daily life, ritual, and construction. The sheer consistency and sophistication of these patterns compel us to reconsider what ancient civilizations truly understood about the Earth and themselves. The archaeological record, once thought to reflect incremental human progress, reveals extraordinary feats achieved with precision and intention. Megalithic structures weighing hundreds of tons were maneuvered and positioned along magnetic currents with astonishing accuracy. Artifacts like the Baghdad battery or the Antikythera mechanism suggest not only technical skill but a practical engagement with energy and magnetic principles. Ancient texts and oral traditions hint at knowledge encoded as ritual or myth, preserving awareness of forces that modern science is only beginning to measure and comprehend. When viewed together, these threads form a tapestry of lost wisdom that challenges the conventional timelines of technological development. Magnetic anomalies appear repeatedly as a unifying theme. Sacred sites, monuments, and geoglyphs are often positioned atop these anomalies, suggesting deliberate selection rather than coincidence. Human biology, animal behavior, and ecological patterns respond subtly but measurably to these magnetic forces, which could explain why ancient peoples observed, revered, and harnessed them. From a practical standpoint, understanding magnetic flows may have facilitated construction, navigation, and energy manipulation. Spiritually, these forces appear to have enhanced perception, ritual efficacy, and communal cohesion, bridging the tangible and the intangible in ways that modern civilizations rarely achieve. Global alignments reinforce the notion of a planetary network of energy and knowledge. Ley lines, magnetic corridors, and geomagnetic peaks link sites across oceans, continents, and cultures, hinting at an understanding of Earth's invisible architecture that transcends geography. The intentional placement of monuments along these networks suggests that ancient civilizations were not isolated inventors but participants in a shared system of knowledge, one that integrated observation, experimentation, ritual, and environmental interaction. This network may have functioned as a means of concentrating energy, preserving knowledge, and guiding human activity across vast distances and generations. The implications for human history are profound. If ancient peoples possessed advanced understanding of magnetic forces, energy manipulation, and their biological and environmental effects, our conventional view of technological evolution requires reassessment. We are forced to ask, how much knowledge was lost through the passage of time, natural disaster, or deliberate suppression? Could there have been global civilizations or networks of knowledge that predate recorded history, leaving only fragmented clues for us to decipher? These questions challenge the foundations of archaeology, anthropology, and even physics, urging a reconsideration of what humans are capable of when attuned to the hidden forces of the Earth. Modern science has begun to catch up. Experiments in geomagnetism, energy conduction, and consciousness studies reveal that the principles the ancients may have exploited are not mere legend. They are measurable, testable phenomena. The subtle influence of magnetic fields on the human nervous system, the behavior of animals, and the environment mirrors ancient descriptions of spiritual power, energy lines, and sacred resonance. By integrating archaeology with geophysics, bioelectromagnetics, and experimental reconstruction, we begin to glimpse the extraordinary scope of ancient mastery, a mastery that harmonized the physical, the biological, and the spiritual into a coherent understanding of the world. Yet the most profound lesson may be philosophical. These civilizations remind us that knowledge is not solely material or technological. It is relational, holistic, and integrative. The ancients observed the Earth, its energies, and its creatures, then translated this understanding into structures, rituals, and systems that connected people to something greater than themselves. In doing so, they achieved feats that continue to inspire not just for their technical brilliance but for their recognition of the invisible forces shaping life. We are called to recognize that our planet itself is alive with energy, and our ancestors were once deeply attuned to it. In conclusion, the magnetic anomalies, lost technologies, and sacred alignments of the ancient world are not mere curiosities. They are invitations. They invite us to reconsider the narrative of human history, to question what knowledge has been lost, and to explore how understanding invisible forces might shape our own civilization. They challenge us to acknowledge that ancient people were not primitive, but remarkably perceptive, capable of observing, harnessing, and harmonizing with the hidden currents of our world. The legacy of these discoveries is both humbling and inspiring. It suggests that the potential for mastery over natural forces has always existed within humanity, waiting for rediscovery. As we continue to probe magnetic anomalies, reconstruct ancient techniques, and explore the alignment of monuments across the globe, we are not just uncovering the past, we are reclaiming a vision of human potential. A potential where science, spirituality, and observation converge, where humans are not passive observers of the Earth but active participants in its energetic web, and where the mysteries of ancient civilizations guide us toward a more profound understanding of both the world and ourselves. The story of magnetic anomalies and ancient wisdom is far from over. Every new discovery, every geophysical survey, every archaeological excavation adds a piece to the puzzle, illuminating a history far richer and more complex than textbooks suggest. And perhaps most importantly, it reminds us that the forces shaping our world are not only external, they are internal, woven into the very fabric of life, consciousness, and civilization. The ancients knew this, and in studying their legacy, we are invited to reconnect with a world where the invisible becomes tangible, the forgotten becomes remembered, and humanity's true potential is finally glimpsed.